Welcome to the Swine Show at Carroll County. We appreciate you being with us. And every year, the Swine Show is a wonderful event showing off a lot of the hard work of Area 4-Hers. We're here because of the support of Tri-Green Tractor, Eikenberry Fine Furniture, Parrott's Meat Processing and Catering, Mann Chevrolet Buick GMC Incorporated, WLC in Sedalia, and Matthews Buildings. They had an early start today. I believe they started about 7 o'clock or so because of all the heat that they do expect today. And if we're lucky, we can ward off some of those possible thunder showers as well. So we have a direct feed to the audio from the judge. You'll be able to hear his comments as well. Once again, we are here because of the support of Matthews Buildings, WLC in Sedalia, Mann Chevrolet Buick GMC Incorporated, Parrott's Meat Processing and Catering, Eikenberry Fine Furniture, and Tri-Green Tractor. Melissa Miller will be with us throughout the day as well. We'll probably be going till about 4 o'clock or so. And also, something to keep in mind is we'll be doing live reports on 50,000 watt Shine 99 WSHW at 99.7 FM. Well, sit back, enjoy the Swine Show at Flora, Indiana, the Carroll County 4-H Fair. We do have a direct feed to the PA system, so when the judge makes his comments, you'll be able to hear those just fine.
Had a little traffic jam there, but I think the wheels are back on. So, young man's thin belted bear. I think it wins this class and does so rather handily, in my opinion. This one's sound. He's comfortable. Got a good look up front. He's the stoutest one we've got out here that still is able to handle it with athleticism and comfort in the ring. He's got good muscle, good length of body. Just a good place to start with the young man's bear. Second best one, in my opinion, in this class is the young man here in red. I thought this song, for me, was the second most appropriate in terms of our volume and our density. This one's opened up off both ends. He's square built. Not quite as comfortable, though, out here on the surface compared to the bear we win the class with, but a good pair of lightweight bears. Young lady's off-belted hog that we drop into third is one that has shape and has muscle when you get right up on top of him. You know, is he a little frailer at the ground? Yes, and I feel like that's the reason that hog had to be dropped into third. I got to stouten him up in his bone work if we're going to push this guy up any higher in this particular drive. Bear there that we use into 4, a little lighter color pattern one. Here for me, this one, again, a little more cantankerous. Maybe doesn't necessarily want to be out here, but this one's got a good blade. He's got enough rib for me, and it looks like a lightweight. Just gets a little plain when you get right up on top of him. Barely just needs a shot more muscle. Landrace Bear, the young lady, does a great job driving. My compliments to her from a showmanship perspective. Bear that's got rib, bear that's got body. He's very square built, just not as opened up. He flattens out at his blade for me. Got to pull his blade apart, pull it off his body, but a nice bear there nonetheless. My stockman of the group is a young man driving with his far cane out here. Does a great job getting this one driven. One that's got rib, one that's got body, one that's square built, but a nice bear that just needs more muscularity if we move him up any higher. Bear that has all kinds of muscle. Just turn 50 shades of purple out here for us. Wants to run a little too downhill for me. One that's got all kinds of shape. I just got to elevate him at the point of his shoulder if he's going to drive any higher in this class. Bring the rest of these hogs on out here. Hogs that need to be sounder, need to have more muscle in a couple instances. Round our class off. The young man's Duroc bear just struggling too much from an injury standpoint. Good classic crosses. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Any available adults to help in the ring, please help in the ring. We need help in the ring. Anybody that is available to help, please help. Voyagers to help out the ringmen in the ring, please know what your placing is. Please know what your placing is so the ringmen can help you get into the appropriate pin, please. We will be doing division crossbred champions at the end of the barrow show. Class 16. Be making your way to the show ring. That is middleweight, class 1 of cross barrows. That is class 16. Madeline Sheese, Emma Wise, Bryant Mays, Madison Wagner, Cameron Gahabe, Megan Herr. Class 16, cross barrows. Make your way to the show ring.
Results for Class 14, cross barrows. First place, Zachary Roth. Second, Charles Gahabe. Third, Chloe Wakefield. Fourth, Henry Hurst. Fifth, Levi Studebaker. Sixth, Levi Studebaker. Seventh, Caden Baxter. Eighth, Joel Hurst. Ninth, Cooper Crum. And 10th, Daniel Copen. Captain, sorry about that.
Classic crossbred bears, and I like my top pair, good deal. Young man's white belted hog for me is the one that stayed the soundest the longest. You know, was not my intention to walk him sound. That's just the way the class fell together. Read him as being bolder in his forearm, read him as having more in terms of his bone compared to the bear there that we put into second. Square on the top portion of his skeleton and square as he tracks away. Just stayed more comfortable out here in the ring compared to the Calico Bear. Calico Bear had the disadvantage of coming in first and had to be out here a little bit longer. Man, this one is big centered. That one's got a robust center body working in him, just too uncoordinated out of his hind end. Wants to pound him too much for me, doesn't just reach and go with enough comfort and flex If he does that, he's going to win this class and win it rather handily, in my opinion. Bear here that comes next, big center-bodied, one that does stay sound and stays comfortable out here. It's a little flatter as he tracks away from us. That's a good hog there in his own right. Hog that comes next, the Holstein marked one. This one for me is a good barrel. He's just a good basic, good built, good county fair kind of a hog that's got some shape. He's got some muscle and some center body. He's not quite as unique. Wants to maybe get a little higher in his top line, a little higher in his spine. I'd like to mash him down there and make him more comfortable as he profiles for us. I think that's where the young man's bear is better is in terms of muscle, and you get right up on top of him. Young guy does a good job driving. Too moderate and quick in his overall makeup, in my opinion, but a nice bear there nonetheless. Bear that comes next, blue hog for the young lady that has center body, has enough in terms of shape, I guess. For me, though, this guy just needs to be fresher in his overall makeup, fresher in his overall presentation here today, but a nice song to be dropped into sixth. 7th and 8th, good hogs. This young man does a great job getting his project driven. You can tell he spent a lot of time with this bear from a skin and hair perspective, and I can dang sure appreciate that. However, this bear needs a lot more bone and a bigger foot if he's going to move up any higher in this class. Round our class off with a red bear. For me, they're just too uncoordinated out here, but one's got center body and some muscularity, just got to make him sounder. Good class across red bears.
Class 17, be bringing your pigs to the ring. Class 17. Zachary Roth, Kobe Baxter, Catherine Roth, Caden Baxter, Emily Wagner, Ella Abbott, Abigail Brown, Madeline Brown, Keegan Sheese, Ren Isom. Class 17, Cross Barrows. Make your way to the show ring, please.
Results for Class 15, Cross Barrows. Number 1, first place, Clayton Wright. Number 2, Emily Johnson. 3rd, Bricker Crum. 4th, Corin Gahabe. 5th, Andre Hernandez. 6th, Donna Hurst. 7th, Sean Russell. And 8th, Cassandra Kappen.
Extremely fresh, extremely well prepared. I think best describes the young lady's bear here that she drives for us. One that from the side is a great profiling hog. I love this bear as he travels across the ring. He's got good flexibility, great reach out of his front end for being tall fronted. You know, I know the trend right now is to chase them as tall fronted as we can, but man, if they give up too much in terms of their chest or their shoulder sits too far forward, this causes them to be straight fronted. I'd rather have ones that have flex and have curvature up front. and that's just a good bear there. One that's extremely fresh, very well prepared. My compliments to young lady getting that one looking right. Young lady's bear here that we put in second. Not quite as fresh in terms of our presentation, but that's a good basic, good fundamental bear that just needs a little neater look. If he's going to beat that one that we got right up ahead of him, gets a little plainer right there, right over the top portion of his blade, right there at his shine, but that's an awfully nice bear there to be dropped into second. Bear that we put into third just gets caught in a tough class, one that's got shape and one that has muscle and a big old rib cage laid into him, wants to kind of throw his back wheels, doesn't utilize them quite as nicely, quite as appropriately, got a little mange working back there as well, but a nice bear there in his own right. Blue bear that's robust in his center body, bear that's got shape and muscle. I just read him as being a little rounder in his overall makeup, especially there in his tail set and out of his hip. I got to square him up from the top part of his pins if he's going to work up higher in this class. Bear that comes next, young lady does a great job getting this one driven as well. Big ribbed bear that's high volume, kind of a hog, just not quite as explosive of the top portion of his skeleton. He's got a big square top, just doesn't have the crisp definition that we're trying to find on the center portion of his spine. That's where the advantage is for the young man's mousy colored one. That one's got all kinds of muscle, but almost to a fault. Bear that just doesn't balance up quite as nicely. Good class of crosses.
Class 18, there's 9 of you. Be making your way to the show ring, please. Scratch that. After this class, we'll be taking a short 5-minute break.
Results for Class 16 crossbarrows. First place, Madeline Sheese. Second, Madison Wagner. Third, Cameron Gahabe. Fourth, Megan Herr. Fifth, Emma Wise. And sixth, Bryant Mays.
Thank you for joining us. You're watching the Carroll County Swine Show live on Shine99TV.com and WILOTV.com. And they got an early start this morning. We're looking at, I think, a 7 o'clock start or so to ward off the heat as much as possible. Sure want to thank Matthews Buildings, WLC in Sedalia, Mann Chevrolet Buick, GMC Incorporated, Parrots Meat Processing and Catering, and Iconberry Fine Furniture in Flora, and also Tri-Green Tractor, making it possible for us to be here today. Things are moving quite quickly. Melissa is here, and she is doing some groundwork to be able to give you some results of the day so far. And she's also lining up interviews. She knows this show very well. She's done several swine shows
Friendly reminder,
in Carroll County.
able-bodied adults, they need help in the ring. If not, I will send Sean Meek after you to find you to help in the ring.
Looking for a little help there in the ring. Takes a lot of people to put this on. The judge is in the green plaid shirt there in the center, taking a careful look at this class. Again, Melissa will be reporting all the results to you from the early start that they had today, July the 20th, 2017. If you don't know, statistically, July the 20th in Indiana is statistically the hottest day of the year. Just like June 21st, 22nd, or 23rd, depending on the leap year, is the longest day, the highest statistical temperature day in Indiana is July 20th, today. So everybody's trying to keep cool. Judges.
Since we begin a lot of questions, we will be doing cross division champion barrows at the end of the barrow show. We will then start the gilt show. We will do the grand gilt and then the grand barrow drive.
Judge working out hard out there. He is trying to sort things out with this particular class. Taking a sharp look, you'll see him in the green plaid shirt. And then by the end of the day, we'll be doing the trying to find that grand champion for the whole day, and that will be later in the day, of course, after all these different classes are sorted out.
A nice pair, but I think we've got one here that just kind of overwhelms the drive. And young man's Blue Hog out here, one that's sound, he's comfortable, tremendous amount of shape, tremendous amount of body. I love the way he ties on the backside of his blade and then out through his ham loin hookup. I think just a combination hog that's got the extras. Good bear out here to be used to win this particular class. Young ladies, a blue roan bear, I don't want to take anything away from that one, because if you study this one from a fundamental standpoint, this one's as good as anything. This one's heavy bone, this one's sound, this one's really sound feature. That's a heavy bone bear that just handles himself extremely nicely out here on the surface. For me, he's not as fresh. He's not as unique. He's not as youthful about his head and about his neck compared to the bear that wins the drive. Man, we can freshen that dude up. He's definitely going to push our class winner. That's a little tighter pair, really, than what it might seem, just from a fundamental point of view. Bear here, the white belted one that comes next, just gets caught in a tough drive. You know, there's a couple earlier classes where we try to find maybe a bear that's assembled like this one is, one that's got rib, one that has good flex and reach. For me, doesn't tie quite as nicely behind his blade, but a bear that's got good strength of pass turn, and a bear that just gets out here and he's comfortable on the ring, out in the ring, just doesn't have quite the explosive amount of muscle up high. Bear here that comes next does offer more in terms of shape. I just got to reassemble him in his hock. He's too coarse in his joints for me, a little shorter and steeper there out of his rump. Young ladies bear that comes next, bear that's tall fronted, got a good look up high. For me though, wants to flatten out at his hip, doesn't have that same big square pin set that we're trying to find on these high quality bears. Strawberry roan hog that's just kind of a bulldozer here through the ring that the young lady brings for us. One that's got rib, one that's got center body, one that just doesn't want to be out here. If you can change him, I got to give him more shape and a better attitude. Bear here that comes next is one that's got rib and has a bunch of body here for us. Deep-sided hog, but for me, just not quite as coordinated out here, not quite as fresh in his overall appearance. You can let the rest of those hogs down. Red one that comes next to, not as tripping his muscle, but good reach up front. Belted hog here that's got some body, just that doesn't have quite the amount of muscle up high. Round our class off with one that's good from the side, bear that's just not as opened up, not as three-dimensional, but a good class of crossbred bears.
We're going to do a short break. Short break. Class 19, hold on. We're going to take a break after Class 18.
Well, obviously, they're taking a break in things, and it looks like Melissa has done her scouting report and getting things figured out as we go along. And we'll have her on camera here in just a bit after she gets ready. Like I say, she has been doing this many, many years and knows pretty much where things are sorted out.
Results for Class 17 Cross Barrows. First place, Keegan Sheese. Second, Ella Abbott. Third, Catherine Roth. Fourth, Zachary Roth. Fifth, Emily Wagner. Sixth, Abigail Brown. Seventh, Ren Isom. Eighth, Caden Baxter. Ninth, Kobe Baxter. And 10th, Madeline Brown.
Okay, we're going to join Melissa Miller here, and she can kind of orient us on the day and what's in store.
Well, because of the heat index going to be over 100 today, they actually started the show early. Normally the show doesn't start till 8. They started at 7 today. They are going to take a break, which is rare. Normally, when a heat index is going to reach that high, they're not going to take a break, just like Clinton County didn't take a break at their hog show. But they are going to take a little bit of a break, and we are in the crossbred barrows, and I'm going to say we may be in the last class of crossbred barrows.
So they haven't even started the gilts yet, have they?
No, the gilt show is last, but that means they've been they're pretty much finishing up the barrow show now as we speak.
They're making good time.
They're making really good time. Their goal right now is to possibly have this show over by noon before the heat gets here.
Wow. And possible rain, too, a little bit of a chance of rain.
Yeah, there is a slight chance of rain. They're saying we could have some pop-ups, and they could be severe. You know, it's Indiana. The weather's going to change. All you got to do is turn around and wait 5 minutes. And that's another reason why they want to make sure they get this over with. Everybody's safe, and the animals are safe, because with that kind of a heat index, pigs don't sweat like normal, like we do. They don't sweat. Most of their moisture comes through their nose. So when you water an animal, when you water a pig or hog, whatever you want to call them, we call them hogs, but when you water a pig, you want to make sure that their nose has plenty of water, because that's where they absorb the majority of their moisture. You cool them off. You can cool them off all over, but you first put the water on the nose, because if you don't, you can actually send them into shock.
I think the swine participation is down just a little over last year, isn't it? Did they have just
I don't think it's not so much the participation's down as it is because of the high heat. Some animals did not come.
Okay.
Clinton County was the same way. Kids had the animals, but they didn't bring everything. The other side of it, too, is sometimes you have ones that don't necessarily make weight. And by make weight, I mean on the high end of the scale of what the producers want, and on the low end of the scale. So
they know they're out of range anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So they don't bother bringing them. You're going to find out anymore, most kids will weigh their pigs several times during the process of raising them. just to make sure that they know where they're at, they know what their feed intake is. There's a lot more to it than just slopping the hogs like it used to be, years and years ago. So there's a lot of science involved in it.
Who are you going to line up for interviews as we go along? And I think you start your reports on Shine 99 here in about a half hour.
We've actually got some of our hog showmen, some of the swine showmen that are going to be up here. We're going to talk to some of the princesses and the Queen's Court as well.
I think the Queen is showing,
yes.
Talk to her Sunday, she's showing, I think, 3 hogs.
Yeah, she actually has 3 to show. I know a couple of the princesses also show. And then we also have, they also participate in other activities.
Really nice way to start here, young ladies.
We're here at the swine show, and yes, we're going to try and primarily focus on the swine show, but we also want to touch base. This is a 4-H fair, so we want to touch base on all aspects of 4-H.
I'll focus it back on the judge comments here.
Bone and some foot size back there underneath it. I know we had to drive it maybe just a little longer than ideal due to some things over here, but that was an awfully nice bear here to win this particular class. Young man, the blue neck bear here to my right, young guy does a good job with this one. This is a stout feature, and this one's got bone, this one's got foot size, this one's got a great big forearm working in him. I thought he maybe got a little rounder in his pattern here for me compared to the square built one that we used here to win the class, but an awfully nice bear that stays sound and comfortable out here on the drive. Calico bear that comes in third is a bear that I can appreciate from a skin and hair perspective. I just didn't read him as being quite as stout at the ground compared to those 2 other bears. Didn't have quite the bone and mass and foot size up there underneath him. If he wanted to get just a little roachy, a little high in his top line for me, that's an awfully nice bear there to be dropped into third. Really good class. One of the deepest classes that we've had thus far today. Bear that comes next, rectangular in the way that his body is made. One that's got shape up high, not as comfortable, doesn't get out here and reach and travel quite as appropriately. Young man's bear here that we dropped into 5. Longer the drive goes, the rounder this one gets out of his hip. He wants to step up underneath himself. Got a little flank issue going on back there. But you talk about a bear that's well prepared, great center body, great top, fresh top shape. He's square off of both ends of his skeleton. Just wants to get him up underneath himself too much there for this particular judge. Blue roan hog here that comes next. One that's got shape and body, just needs to be fresher everywhere if he's going to move up any higher in this class. A little coarser there back in his joints, but a nice bear nonetheless. Bear here that comes next. One that's got center, one that's got a good look up high. He's got that flank issue going on back there and gets a little flatter as he travels away. Lost one there back to the barn. That was a nice hog. He just did not want to be out here. Last time we won is for something to go sour. Bear here that comes next, one that's got center body. I just got to peel all the fat off of him. He's battling an injury, but that's a nice bear there nonetheless. Good class of crossbred bears.
Okay, we're in the process of wrapping up the barrows here, and the gilts will be next. Making very good time here, battling the heat at Flora, Indiana, the Carroll
Class 18 results.
County
Cross
Swine
Barrows.
Show.
First place, Riley Lanham. Second, Clayton Schaefer. Third, Evan Johnson. Fourth, Hunter Simpson. Fifth, Colby Butcher. Sixth, Justine Hurst. Seventh, Merrick Macaluso. Eighth, Asa Cohey. Ninth, Titus Kilty.
Class 19, start working your way to the ring, please. Class 19, cross barrows, heavyweights. Coy Myers, Heath Richardson, Carson Dysinger, Lauren Spessard, Lance Richardson, Kobe Baxter, Caleb Kinsler, Emily Humbarger, Danny Duff. Class 19, heavyweight cross barrows. Make your way to the show ring, please.
It's break time at the Carroll County Swine Show, as you can tell. We're just wrapping up the barrows, and soon the gilts will be coming, and we'll be starting our reports on Shine 99.7 FM shortly as Melissa gathers the information. We'll be doing several live reports throughout the day, and we'll stick with this until the end, and so we'll be able to find out the winners of the Carroll County Swine Show, one of the most attended swine shows in the state of Indiana. Of course, Carroll County is one of the top hog-producing counties in the state of Indiana, along with Clinton County, right up near the top. In fact, between Tipton County, Carroll County, Clinton County, those are typically in the top 5 every year for hog production in the state of Indiana. We're broadcasting live on www.shine99tv.com and WILOTV.com from Flora, Indiana, Carroll County 4-H Fair. We want to thank the sponsors that are making it possible for us to be here. We surely appreciate that. We have a Tri-Green Tractor, Eikenberry Fine Furniture, Parrots Meat Processing and Catering, Mann Chevrolet Buick GMC Incorporated, WLC in Sedalia, and Matthews Buildings.
Last class of cross barrows. Class 20. Class 20 cross barrows. Be making your way to the show ring, please. Morgan Justice. Grace Filbrin. Keegan Sheese. Bo Tate. Adam Humbarger. Ren Isom. Bryant Mays. Cooper Kinsler. Reese Allball. Class 20 cross barrows. We will be doing division champions after the last class of cross barrows. Lightweight class winners, be ready.
This is a little more of a playful group. Well, Melissa, how are things going as far as you can tell here?
Everything's going well. I mean, they are buzzing through the classes. Like I said before, they started at 7, which was good, so that we can get these animals settled back in by the time the show is completely over with. And showmanship is huge here. Now,
When will that be?
That'll be after the
So
the hog show is completely over with.
We'll be able to carry that.
Yeah, we'll be able to carry showmanship since they started so early. But showmanship here is huge. I mean, there's probably, I was looking through it, there's probably 40 kids signed up for senior.
Wow.
And yeah, it's major competition over here. There's some really good kids that are in this, and the best of the best. And I know some of these kids that are actually here competing have actually won at state fair. Mm-hmm. So for it to be that tight a competition here in Carroll County is amazing.
It's tall cotton around here for swine and show and animals.
It is, definitely. And Carroll County is one of the biggest swine shows in the state.
Yeah,
because 4-H.
And Clinton County's big too. This is actually bigger than Clinton County oftentimes, isn't it?
They kind of swap back and forth. It just depends on how many kids bring their pigs, what year, but it kind of swaps back and forth. And yeah, they are the 2 largest 4-H shows in the state of Indiana.
What are some other counties that are right there near the top?
Cass has a large show. Delaware has a fairly decent sized show. You get up into the northern counties, and that's where you start seeing more of the cattle and the dairy shows, especially. I mean, even here in Carroll County, there's very few dairy.
More foraging up there, more grasslands.
Yeah, to the extent, and I think the farther north you go, you get in closer to what I consider dairy states, you know, and that's, you know, Wisconsin, and you get over into Pennsylvania and Ohio and in that area, and it's just more northern, more hilly. It accommodates better.
If I remember right, the agricultural land in Indiana, the last to develop was the north because of they had a lot of drainage problems.
Yeah, exactly.
In northern Indiana.
It's really sandy up that way, and you wouldn't think with sandy ground that they wouldn't have that much of a drainage issue, but they do. But they also have a water issue too. It's like constant irrigation up there. They don't seem to get what rain they get. It doesn't seem to stick around. It's like it evaporates when it hits the ground, and so you see so much irrigation up there. Even though they get a lot of lake effect rains and everything coming off of the water, and even the snow up there is so much more than what we see through central Indiana, but it doesn't hang around.
I think the judge is coming to some conclusions on this one.
Yep, he has. He's just about got him finished out.
There he goes.
The blue belted one is the one that just kind of surfaced in this particular drive, merely from feet and leg placement and a skeletal assembly. This one is the soundest one that we've got out here in the drive. It's a great profiling barrow that's got enough in terms of shape when you get right up on top of him. Tall-shouldered barrow that balances nicely. I'd like to give him a shot more muscle right there down in his twist. If he tied in with more muscle down there, this is over really, really quickly in this particular drive. Way opposite ends of the spectrum are the belted hog here that drives next for us. The young man drives for us. This one's got all kinds of chunky parts and pieces that we try to find in good show barrows. One that's got a tremendous amount of center body, a high volume hog, just not as sound out here on the move. Doesn't get out here and reach and travel with the authority that the blue hog does that the young lady drives for us. Not as extended out of his head and out of his neck compared to the barrow there that we used to win the drive. But a nice pair of logical placing barrows in my opinion. The blue-eyed hog here that drives next, one that's got a fresh top working down him, one that's got a good look up front for a heavyweight barrow, one that's got a bunch of rib as well. It's a little rounder in his overall pattern, doesn't handle his back wheels as nicely, and that's why he fell as hard as he did down into the third hole. But I really got to jerk his tail head up if we're going to move him up any higher. I don't even know really what color to call this one. The copper and black one here that the young lady drives for us, dotted up Dalmatian. How about that? Copper Dalmatian. That comes next, one that's got all kinds of center body, one that is sound. He is a practical made barrow, just not as attractive out of his head and out of his neck as those barrows are that we land right up ahead of him. Barrow that could use a shot more bone if he's going to move up any higher as well. Young man's rigid backed one here that comes next, one that's got all kinds of shape and all kinds of muscle. I got to see him go with more comfort if we were going to move him up. Thin belted dog that comes next is more comfortable out here on the surface, even though I think his left wheel may be dragging and pulling a little bit of an injury. That's a fresh barrow in terms of skin and hair and center body. Barrow that comes next, long-bodied, long-faced one here. Wants to run out of gas as you get right up on top of him. Gets a little rounder in his top, not that square, bulky back that we're trying to find. Barrow that comes next, battling some sunburn, big-ribbed hog. Gets a little steeper and rounder there in his pattern. Barrow that comes next for the young man, one that is fresh in terms of our skin. I can appreciate those things about him. Barrow's just not comfortable on his front feet. Good classic crossbred barrows.
All right, we're judging the last class across barrows. Class winners from Class 14, Zachary Roth, and class winner from Class 15, Clayton Wright. Be making your way to the show ring, please. Clayton Wright and Zachary Roth, be making your way to the show ring to show for lightweight division champion. Also, we need to thank Hog Slap for donating the sorter boards and the fans to keep the barn cool and air moving. I'll give them a round of applause for donating that. Thank you, Hog Slap.
Class 19 crossbar results. First place, Caleb Kinsler. Second, Danny Duff. Third, Carson Dysinger. Fourth, Emily Humbarger. Fifth, Coy Myers. Sixth, Lauren Spessard. Seventh, Lance Richardson. Eighth, Heath Richardson. And ninth, Kobe Baxter.
This is a friendly reminder, back in the barn, we need to just have 4-Hers and exhibitors back there so we don't get the barn too crowded, please, especially with it being a hot day later today. Exhibitors and family members back in the barn. Thank you.
Final class of crossbred barrows, and I think we end with a bang. Young man, sandy colored one is really the best one in this class without even a shadow of a doubt. This one balances up extremely well. Love how comfortable he is out here on the surface. Love the freshness. Love the top shape. Awfully nice barrow to round out our heavies. Second and third was a tougher decision. I opted to go with the one that I felt had more true muscle, and that's the all-black barrow. All-black ones can be tougher to study sometimes because often they don't blend quite as nicely, but that one's got tons of shape up high as you begin to study him. I just read him as fresher in his top line compared to the barrow there that we put into third. The barrow in third's heavier boned. I think is more appropriate in his stoutness of feature compared to the barrow that we put into second. He's just too nondescript when you get right up on top of him in terms of a muscle standpoint. Doesn't have nearly enough shape, in my opinion, if he's going to play in this particular class. The pumpkin color barrow that comes next, this one for me just gets too waisty underneath. He's got all kinds of center body. Push him out there. All kinds of center body. He's got all kinds of rib and all the things, good qualities that we do often find in heavyweight market barrows. But this one for me, though, just gets too waisty underneath. He wants to just be too detached down there, and his underline for me Got to strengthen him down there, make him more trim in his overall fat cover if we're going to push him up any higher. Blue dotted up one that comes next, tall fronted barrow that's got some shape and some extension for some heavyweights, for a heavyweight class. He just, to me, runs out of gas as you get right behind him. Bear that comes next, all kinds of rib, all kinds of body for us, just not as comfortable out here on the surface. Wants to push up front too much for me. Just really does not find his comfort level across the ring as nicely as we'd like to see. Bear here, the last place he wants to be is in the show ring. A bear that's got some rib and he's got some top shape as well, just not as extended up front, not quite as stout at the ground. Calico bear and all white down here when you round off the drive with the bears that are nice from the side. This is an athletic bear that drops low just because he flattens out too much. He's flat in his shoulder, flat back there in his stifle, but a nice bear there nonetheless. Young man with the cool glasses does a nice job driving his down-eared bear. He, to me, though, is very athletic, just way too one-dimensional. Nice class of heavyweight bears.
Class 14, second place Charles Gahabe, and Class 15 Emily Johnson. Make your way to the show ring. We'll be showing champion lightweight, and then we'll need the reserves. So we need Charles Gahabe and Emily Johnson to the show ring, please.
Results for Class 20 cross barrows. First place, Keegan Sheese. Second, Brian Mays. Third, Grace Filbrin. Fourth, Reese Albaugh. Fifth, Ren Isom. Sixth, Cooper Kinsler. Seventh, Morgan Justice. Eighth, Adam Humbarger. And ninth, Bo Tate.
Correction on Class 19. First place was Danny Duff. Second was Caleb Kinsler. Charles Gahabe, we're still needing your second place barrow for the lightweight crossbred division. We have two. We have a 5-year-old one. Okay, middleweight class winners. If you're second, be ready to come up. If you're second in the middleweight cross barrel division, be ready. We need the middleweight class winners to start making their way to the show ring. Class 16, Maddie Sheese. Class 17, Keegan Sheese. Class 18, Riley Lanham.
You got two good lightweight barras in contention for your champion lightweight barras. So I think the pair is very different. I think you got the one that comes out of our first class, just a sound, basic, nice barra. You know, does it really wow you anywhere? Maybe not. But I think that barra's got a tremendously high ceiling. I think you can just pound the feet to this one. And really, I mean, if a guy's going up to barra show, that might be a nice barra there that you can continue to push. That's a good hog from a fundamental standpoint. Again, does he wow you anywhere? You know, possibly not. That's just a nice hog there that comes out of a nice first class. And then we got our second class winner here. The young man drives for us. This one's got rib. This one's got shape. This is kind of the one for me that I just thought balanced up maybe a little nicer, has maybe some more of the wow factors. I want to tweak him in an area or two, but that's the one that he's stout, still with some good extension up high, and that's the balance bearer of the group. That's going to be your champion lightweight. Congratulations.
Champion lightweight division winner, Clayton Wright. Emily Johnson will be showing for reserve. Now we need the middleweight class, second place. If you're second place in the middleweight cross barrel division, we need you to make your way to the ring, please. Madison Wagner in class 16. Ella Abbott in class 17, and Clayton Schaefer in class 18. Make your way to the ring, please.
Drive the Calico Bear out. That was second place in that class, and that was a tough decision in my mind because the longer that the drive went in that particular class, that bear just wanted to get a little tighter. So he's loosened up out here. Bear looks good. I think he most resembles our class winner out of that drive. I'll keep that pair together. Young lady's going to have your reserve lightweight. Congratulations.
Reserve champion lightweight cross barrow, Emily Johnson. We will now be showing for middleweight division winner in the crossbred barrow division. Heavyweight class winners. Make your way to the show ring, please. If you're in second, be ready. First place in class 19 heavyweight cross barrows, Danny Duff. And first place in class 20 heavyweight barrows, Keegan Sheese. Make your way to the show ring, please. Today's show, if you see the equipment behind us, it is being broadcast live and worldwide on WILOTV.com and Shine99TV.com. Highlights will be archived there as well on those websites. This is being broadcast live on WILOTV.com and Shine99TV.com. Emily Johnson, we need you to turn around and bring your reserve champion lightweight barrel back to the ring, please. Emily Johnson, lightweight reserve champion barrel, please come back to the ring. Second place heavyweight barrows. Make your way to the show ring. Class 19. Second place Caleb Kinsler. Class 20 Bryant Mays, be bringing your second place heavyweight barrows to the show ring, please.
Really good. I'm really proud of the three of them that we've got out here. I think all three of them are combination hogs out of their respective classes, and at the same time they all combine traits that we're trying to find. And I won't talk them. I guess we'll talk them. I guess real briefly. We've got a little bit of time. You know, young ladies, target backed one that comes out of what I believe was the first class. You know, barrel weighing just shy of 60, ultra fresh. I love the top they got working down this one. I think this bear is so comfortable there out of his front end. Barrel that profiles extremely nicely. Awfully nice barrel there, in my opinion. Young man's barrel there on the far side, and you talk about one that's bulky and massive and has that shape up high that we're trying to assemble there in these show barrels. Awfully neat barrel there. I love his color pattern, love his look. I love his freshness of skin and hair. You get outside of that, and that's an awfully three-dimensional barrel there, in my opinion. Young lady is tall-fronted, really an attractive fronted kind of a barrel that profiles extremely nicely. Can't paint one a whole lot neater from the side in this particular barrel. You know, this one for me, get up on top of him, maybe that's where you question him. But man, that's an awfully neat barrel there to look at from the side. Really great trio of barrels we've got out here. If you guys could, put your hands together and I'll go shake the hand of your champion.
Keegan Sheese is your middleweight champion, cross barrow.
Grand champion Keegan Sheets, cross barrow, just announced.
Ella Abbott will be showing for reserve. I should have the lightweight champion in reserve up here. I should have the first place heavyweights and the second place heavyweights up here.
Drive that blue roan one here into contention for reserve. And again, we talked about this one in class and how just his basic build and basic proportions were excellent. I just like to freshen this guy up in his head and his neck, especially in a middleweight division. You know, if this guy's up in the 290 range, you know, I can accept a little bit of head and neck like that, but I just got to make that one prettier. But that one, just from a fundamental standpoint, is really neat. I think it obviously comes down to the two other class winners, in my opinion. You've got one that's got a little more shape. You've got one that's got a tremendous look from the side. I'm going to go with the one I feel more comfortable with. Young lady right out here in front of me is going to have your reserve. Congratulations to her.
Riley Lanham is your reserve champion middleweight cross barrow.
Riley
We
Lanham.
will now be showing for champion heavyweight. In class 19, Danny Duff. In class 20, Keegan Sheese.
And Melissa's just about ready to do a report on WSHW, Shine 99, 50,000 watts, serving 14 county area. She'll be doing several reports throughout the day.
Nice pair of heavyweight barrows, and oftentimes when you go to county fairs, it's hard to assemble fresh heavyweight barrows. A lot of times they're way past their prime and they're pushing on the door at 1:30, 2 o'clock. But we've got both of them. I feel like are fresh. They still have. I think they've still got some gas in the tank. They're not totally done yet. We've got one that's pushing maybe more 12 o'clock. Another one's just knocking on the door there. So I can appreciate both these barrows. They're very different. I mean, the young lady's blue barrow, great from the side. He's sound. He's athletic. We just didn't have quite the muscle there that the other Baron does. We studied that one from a profile, and you can appreciate the qualities that Baron offers for us here today. Then you got the young man Sandy Rowan that's right out here in front of me. You talk about one that's big backed, he's big centered, one that's square, very comfortable out here on the drive. Awfully nice pair. That's a good pair. I feel really comfortable using the young man's. He's going to have your champion heavy. Congratulations.
Champion heavyweight Barrow, Keegan Sheese. Bryant Mays will be showing for reserve.
Young man's all black one that we talked in class. Liked his freshness, the shape up high compared to everything else that was in that particular drive. Bear's got great muscle. I can appreciate that about him. Maybe not quite as unique in some areas, but a good bear there for a heavy nonetheless. I feel most comfortable using the young lady's blue roan one for your reserve. Congratulations.
Reserve champion heavyweight Barrow, Danny Duff. We will now be ready to show for champion crossbred Barrow. Okay, I believe we're ready. We're going to start with the lightweight champion crossbred is Clayton Wright. Reserve champion was Emily Johnson. Middleweight champion Keegan Sheese. Reserve champion was Riley Lanham. And again, in your heavyweight division, champion was Keegan Sheese. Reserve was Danny Duff. Class 21, homeborn and raised barrows. Be making your way to the ring, please. Class 21, homeborn and raised barrows, be making your way to the ring. Wyatt Carmack, Aaron Scott.
If you guys could, please congratulate the three winners we've got out here in the ring for me, please. I think all the barrows are high quality. I mean, we talk about our lightweight barrow, and he comes out of that division, and lightweights tend to be hard to find sometimes, and I think we land on a nice one that's got some bone, he's got some shape, just a good representative of what a lightweight can be. He still looks like a lightweight for me. Still looks like he's got some grow left in him. That's a nice bear there that comes out of the lightweight division. Young man's blue masked one here that comes out of our middle division. Man, you talk about one, you get right up on top of this dude, and he is ultra fresh, ultra shapely up high. Still handles it with ease for me. That's an awfully good barrow there, in my opinion. And then his other heavyweight barrow that wins the heavyweight division, man, that one's a tank as well. Those are two excellent barrows there, in my opinion. My compliments to the young man for having them both. I came here to pick the best livestock. That's what I'm going to do. Young man right here to my right is going to have your champion. Congratulations.
Your champion crossbred barrow goes to Keegan Sheese. The middleweight barrow, we need Riley Lanham to come out to show for reserve.
Blue Barra here that comes out that was reserved in that division. Man, you talk about this one from the side. Love his head, love his neck, love the presence this Barra is able to offer for us today. Really a high quality Barra that the young lady drives here for us. It really begins to come down between that Barra and then the heavyweight. I feel most comfortable with the heavyweight as reserved. Congratulations.
Keegan Sheath was also your reserve champion crossbred Barrow. We will now, they should be coming up here. We should be getting ready to start the Class 21 home born and raised Barrows. Aaron Scott and Wyatt Carmack. Class 22, we're going on into the Gilt Show. Class 22, Berkshire Gilts, be making your way to the show ring. Joel Hurst, John Lambert, Emily Johnson, Emily Justice, Morgan Viney, Lauren Spessard. Class 22, Berkshire Gilts, be making your way to the show ring, please. Today's judge is Nathan Day from Westfield, Indiana. He's a 10-year 4-H member, graduated from the Indiana University, Purdue, with a degree in animal science. He and his uncle have 20 show pig sows and have had success at every level. And he's the owner and operator of usedlivestock.equipment.com. Let's welcome Nathan to Carroll County. We also have our queen, oh, they're eating. Perfect timing. We got Jessica Burkhart here, first runner-up queen. Madison Dyke, I think she's out in the ring maybe. There she is, and she's a birthday girl. She's second runner-up in Princess. And Tori Nacky is our princess this year. You can go back to your food.
So only 2 entries in the born and raised in the county division, and I want to commend you guys for doing this. I think that's always neat to go to different county fairs and see the kind of quality that they can breed in their particular counties. Other counties it's bigger than others, but it's good to see we've got some participation. You know, I'd love to see this side of the project continue to build and continue to get better. 2 nice bears we've got out here. We're going to start with the young lady, Berkshire bear right out here in front of me. All kinds of muscle, all kinds of product. He's got to be better as he tracks away, but that bear is square right as talk compared to the bear there that the young man drives for us in second. I love the bone, love the forearm, love the presence up front that the young man's bear offers for us. Hind wheel though, got to square him up as he tracks. Let's give our county born and raised a nice round of applause as we go back to the park.
Your champion born and raised, Aaron Scott. Reserve champion, Wyatt Carmack. Class 22 should be up here in the ring, Berkshire Gilts. Class 23, Berkshire Gilts. Start bringing them to the ring. Madison Skiles. Andre Hernandez. Avery Royal. Cooper Kinsler. Class 23, be making your way to the ring. Class 22 should be ready.
We're just about ready to do a report on China 99, and we're going to go ahead and pick that up as Melissa does that report as well.
show is over with right now, and we will be going into that. And right now, Gilt Drive just starting. We've got Berkshires out there right now. Like I said, we did start. The Barrow Show is already over with, except for the Grand Champion Drive. We'll do a recap on that as we go along. But right now, we just want to say that the judge is moving very quickly. Make sure that you catch us on WILO TV and Shine 99 TV as well. So, again, here at the Carroll County Swine Show, I'm Melissa Miller for Shine 99.
I can barely.
There is going to be a pork cook-off tonight. You get a chance to come out and vote for your favorite pork and bacon dish at 5:30 over at the picnic shelter. Donations from your voting will benefit the 4-H and extension programs. Pork cook-off tonight, and you get a chance to vote.
Nice class of Berkshire Gilts. Young lady right there in the center is going to drive our class winner out of this particular drive. This is the gilt for me that just looks the most like a brood sow, in my opinion. Looks like one you could just toss out in the lot. She's going to earn her keep. So feet and legs, structure, everything's going in the right direction. I'd like to refine her in her underline, maybe give her a neater kind of a jowl. But that's a nice Berkshire gilt that's square built and functional, one that's just real basic in her overall design. At the same time, offer some bone and offer some substance. Just balances up the nicest. Young lady's gilt that just wanted to run hot laps here around the ring. She does a nice job trying to keep up with that one. She's going to hit her 10,000 steps on her Fitbit. That's a nice gilt there in terms of muscle, shape. I just didn't see this one as being quite as sound and easy moving, especially out of her hock. Gets a little stilty there for me. I like to relax her in her hock and give her more set to it as she travels around the ring. Gilt that comes next. I thought the front 2/3 of her were as intriguing as anything that came out. But for me, though, is when you get right behind her, she's too disappointing. Got to reassemble her in her hock. Wants to roll too much there for me. But that gilt's got some soundness. She's got some feature and some muscle. I just got to fix her in her back wheels if we move her up any higher. Gilt the young lady drives here. Got really a good-looking one that's tall-fronted. It has some extension. It's a little flatter in the center portion of her rib. So it gets too stilty on her back wheels. I got to give her more set to her hock. Young man's gilt that comes next. One that's got some extension, got some comfort up front, has some muscle as well. Gets a little rounder and more pinched right there at her junction for me. I got to fix her there in her back wheels also. Lowest performing gilt is the young lady's gilt, although this one is sound and does have some rib. This one for me, though, just needs to be bigger in her kind if she's going to play in this nice class of bird gilts.
Class 24, Chester White Gilts, be making your way to the show ring. Class 24, Chester White Gilts, Caleb Meek, Donna Hurst, Adam Humbarger, Cooper Welk.
Class 22, Berkshire Gilts results. First place, Lawrence Bessard. Second, Emily Johnson. Third, Morgan Viney. Fourth, Emily Justice. Fifth, John Lambert. And sixth, Joel Hurst.
Class 24, Chester White Gilts should be making their way to the show ring. If you're in Class 24, have your gilt ready. I will call you here in a minute.
Nice classic gilts here. I opted to go with the one that the front 2/3 of this gilt I feel were more appropriate. I like the bone and the circumference that she offers. Not as square as she tracks away, although I just got to be honest, the gilt that we put into second doesn't meet Berkshire breed character. She's got a belt that wraps all the way around the outside behind her ear and over her face. That's a nice gilt, though. I just can't use her, just lack of character. Nice gilt, in my opinion. Gilts that are in 3 and 4. I like the gilt that we put into third from a center body point of view. She's got muscle. She just doesn't tie quite as nicely right behind her blade into her loin for me. Gilt that comes next, the young lady does a great job of driving. Long-bodied gilt, one that's a little more traditional in her markings, which I can appreciate. This gilt just needs to be more massive off of either end. Need to widen her up. That's a nice set of gilts, in my opinion.
Okay, now we're going to be showing for Champion Berkshire Gilt. In Class 22, the class winner is Lauren Spessard. In Class 23, the class winner is Cooper Kinsler. Go ahead. Class 25, Chester White Gilts. Be making your way to the show ring, please. Emily Johnson, Griffin Viney, Kason Lambert, Clayton Wright.
Nice pair of Berkshire gilts. I think we've got two of them that are a little bit different, and yet at the same time, they're both able to handle themselves. I think we got one that looks more like a brood sow to me. I think this one's got good potential. Young lady that wins our oldest class is going to have your champion Berkshire gilt. Congratulations to her.
Champion Berkshire Gilt, Lauren Spessard. Emily Johnson will be now showing for reserve champion.
Reserve, it gets a little closer. I think the young lady second place gilt most closely follows our champion. The young lady that comes second in that drive is going to have your reserve. Congratulations to her.
Emily Johnson is your reserve champion, Berkshire Gilt. We are now going to start judging Class 24, Chester White Gilts. Class 25 has been called and should be making their way to the ring.
Results for Class 23, Berkshire Gilts. First place was Cooper Kinsler. Second place, Andre Hernandez. Third place, Avery Royal. And fourth place, Madison Skiles.
Opted to go with the one that I think reads more with true breeding value. In my opinion, I read this gilt as being bigger boned and sounder and squarer off of both ends of her skeleton. Is she the fresh, pretty, well prepared one of the drive? No. I think that's pretty obvious out here, but I came here to find the ones that I feel the most comfortable with moving forward if you were trying to make a sow herd out of, and this is the one that I would start with in this particular class. Young man has done a great job preparing his gilt here in second. I'm sure he's frustrated by the fact that he spent a lot of time with his skin and hair to be dropped into second, but man, I just got to make this gilt stout. I got to make her stouter at the ground. I got to make her more flexible out of her hock. I like her extension. I like her muscle. I like her freshness. You know, my compliments to young man in getting a gilt well prepared. Got to drop her in her back of her flank and get her more body too, but that's a nice gilt to be put into second. Gilts that come in 3 and 4, very similar in that the way that they're assembled. Gilt's got some muscle up high. You see her go with more comfort out here. Young lady's gilt we round our class off with. It's a little flatter for me, but she is sound and is athletic out here. Nice class of Chester gilts.
As we wait for 25 to get here, we need Class 26 to start making their way to the show ring. Class 26, Durock Gilts, make your way to the show ring. Class 26, Durock Gilts. Alex Hernandez, Tate Euler, Rin Isom, Alan Bushman, Morgan Justice, Carson Dysinger, Wyatt Carmack, Riley Lanham, Danny Dove, Coy Myers. Class 26, Durock Gilts, be making your way to the show ring.
Class 24, Chester White Gilt results. First place, Cooper Welch. Second place, Caleb Meek. Third, Adam Humbarger. And fourth, Donna Hurst.
Nice pair of gilts. I mean, they're different in the way that they're presented, but I feel like when you just kind of come back to the basics and come back to the ones that you've got the least amount of questions about, that's why I start with the bigger gilt. I read her back wheels being square. I read her as being stouter in her feature. I read her as being higher performing. I'd like to change her there in her underline, but that's a stout-featured gilt that I think offers more positives than the young man's gilt that we put there in second. Man, right rear leg on this one bothers me just a little too much. I mean, she's got some swelling back there in her hock. I like this one from the side when she gets her old flag tail stuck up there. She looks good and she balances up nicely. And I just didn't think this one just had enough gas to get past the bigger, higher performing gilt in this particular drive, especially her right rear leg. That's where I've got to fix this one if she's going to beat our class winner. Gilts that come in 3 and 4, very similar in the way that they're put together. If you want to swap this pair, I'm not going to argue there too much with you. I opted to go with the one I felt was taller fronted. I thought she had a little more extension than our gilt that we put into 4. Gilt that's in 4, man, I'd like to freshen her up in her skin and her hair. Make sure you're washing these things before you bring them in the show ring. Nice class of Chester gilts.
We will now be showing for champion Chester White Gilt. Winner of Class 24 is Cooper Welk. And winner of Class 25 is Clayton Wright. Class 26 Durock Gilts should be up here. If you're in Class 27, be getting your gilt ready. I will call you here in a minute. Be ready for Class 27.
Class 25 results, Chester White Gilts. First place, Clayton Wright. Second, Griffin Viney. Third, Kason Lambert. And fourth, Emily Johnson.
Contention for champion Chester gilt. I think both of these gilts are similar in the way that they're assembled from the ground. I mean, they both offer bone, foot size. Good enough in terms of their structure. I think there's one that's sounder out here, one that again I felt just looks more like a fruit down with higher potential. The man that wins our first class over here to my right is going to have your champion. Congratulations.
Champion Chester White Gilt is Cooper Kinsler. Andre Hernandez will now come in to show for reserve. Oh, I got the wrong class. My bad. Cooper Welk is your champion Chester White Gilt. Caleb Meek will be showing for reserve.
And we are moving very rapidly through the show. We are up to the Chester Gilts right now, just picking champion and reserve. It's been going very quickly, and it is raining. We are actually experiencing rain, so it's keeping everything cooled off, and that is great for these animals because as they're coming in and we start feeling the humidity coming up and the heat coming up, it's going to get very uncomfortable for these animals. Like I said before, they do not sweat, so for them to stay cool, it's going to be up to their owners to make sure that they keep them wet and cooled down and moist and comfortable. Not to mention the fact it makes it a little hard when you're showing out there because the majority of these showmen, they show in full show attire, which means long sleeve shirts, not short sleeve shirts, not t-shirts or polos. Most of them you will see are wearing long sleeve shirts as they go. We're getting ready to bring the Durock Gilts out now into the show ring. As always, we want to thank our sponsors for letting us be here. Tri-Green Tractor, Eikenberry Fine Furniture, Parrots Meat Processing and Catering, Mann Chevrolet Buick GMC Incorporated, WLC in Sedalia, and Matthews Buildings. We hope to bring some interviews for you later on in the show and also bring some results too as we go along and we get those from the officials. For Shine 99 from the Clinton County 4-H Fair Swine Show, I'm Melissa Miller.
The Carroll County Ag Association will be having a swine show lunch that starts at 11 o'clock today. It will include a pork burger deluxe sandwich meal for $6 and a pork tenderloin deluxe sandwich meal for $7. The meals include a sandwich, chips, applesauce, and your choice of water, tea, or lemonade. That's going to start at 11 and done by the Carroll County Ag Association. Rebecca Lagoni, you have been summoned to the announcer stand, please. Rebecca Lagoni. I have a set of keys to a Ford vehicle, and it's got a cattle tag on it. Cattle tag with an 18 Minert on the tag. If you're missing a pair of tags, I'm just being told what I'm supposed to do.
Thank goodness it's raining. The puddles are almost dried out at home, so this is really good. We need some more. We've got two good gilts here at the top end of the drive, and we've got the one that I feel like is just the combination gilt. She's the one that's the most has the most amount of volume in her center body. She's the one that's got the best look from the side. She's the freshest up high. If he wants to tie up a little tighter out here that I'd like her skeleton to do, we can maybe just let that one relax and get out there and go. But that's about as picture-perfect red gilt that you can paint from the side on the standstill. Young man's gilt here that we dropped into second, truthfully is more comfortable out here on the surface. I just thought she gave up too much look. She gave up too much freshness of top shape when you got right up on top of her. But you talk about one that's good and basic and very fundamental in her overall design. That's a nice gilt to be dropped into second. Gilt that's in third is a nice one as well. The young man drives here for us. One that's starting to show some signs of estrus, and I can appreciate that about this one. Again, another one that's good and fundamental in her design, not as opened up at the base of her chest, doesn't come at me with as much power as the two gilts right up there ahead of her. That's a good gilt. You're never going to get in trouble if you got sows that look like this one. Gilt that's next is the one that's a little more boxy in her overall appearance, looks a little more like a market animal in my opinion. Got a good head, good neck, got good shape up high. Again, like to lengthen her, make her a little more feminine though as she gets out here in this tough class. Good class of red one. Gilt that comes next, I think maybe got a short underline on the other side on this particular female, but this one's got ribs. She's got a good look up front. I just got to fix her on her underline, make her more quality there if we're going to push her up any higher. Nice red gilt though in my opinion. Gilt that comes next, the fawn colored one that just kind of runs out of juice up high compared to some of these others. Gilt that wants to flatten out right there in her center body. But that's a gilt that's good, fundamental, and offers some muscularity. You you can let the rest of them on out down the line. This one's a tall-shouldered one that's, again, very fundamental in her overall design, good reach and comfort, just not as unique in her overall appearance. Gilts we round off our drive with, hogs that just need more days on feed, or they just need more body, or need to balance up a little nicer. But a good class of red gilts. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Class 28, Duroc Gilts will be bringing them to the show ring. Ethan Nelson, Logan Schaefer, Emma Lamb, Noah Johnson, Grady Welk, Wyatt Anderson, Emma Wise, Caleb Myers, Class 28 Duroc Gilts. After the Durocs, we'll be showing for champion, but then we'll go into the Hamps.
Class 26, Duroc Gilts. Results: first place, Riley Lanham. Second, Wyatt Carmack. Third, Coy Myers. Fourth, Carson Dysinger. Fifth, Danny Duff. Sixth, Tate Euler. Seventh, Morgan Justice. Eighth, Alan Bushman. Ninth, Alex Hernandez. And 10th, Bryn Isom.
For those of you that attend Carroll High School, sitting next to me is their new superintendent, Keith Thackeray from Shirley, Indiana. He came from Cowan School Corporation, which is south of Muncie. And he started as superintendent at the Carroll High School Cougars on January 1st, and this is his first time announcing at the Hog Show. Please welcome Keith to Carroll County.
We're assembling all the winners so far, and appreciate Drake Wally getting that for us, and we'll be announcing those shortly. To kind of summarize how the day is going, you can hear perhaps the rain pelting on the roof at the Carroll County Swine Show in Flora, Indiana. Now they're into the gilts now. The barrows are finished. Making very good time. Started about 7 o'clock this morning. Nathan Day, I believe, is the judge. He's in the green plaid shirt and a 10-year 4-H member in his younger days.
If nothing else, the rain brings a little bit of a crowd in, so you guys are able to watch a good hog show. So, well, congratulations this young lady that's driving an awfully nice red gilt. I mean, this one, this is the combination gilt. This is the one that has a tremendous amount of comfort out here on the surface. I joked with her, I said, I like the back wheels of this one a little better than the spot she showed earlier. So this one ties together extremely nice. I like a lot of things about this red gilt. Congratulations to that young lady in a good red gilt class. Young man's gilt here that we put in the second. You know, this one travels across the ring with as much ease and comfort, you know, as anything that we've had out here. You know, for me, she runs out of power at the ground. She's not as heavy duty in her structure. She needs more bone, needs more foot. If she's going to compete against that awfully nice one that we used to win that particular drive. But I thought that was a sound, comfortable, good basic gilt to be dropped into second. Gilt that comes next, man, the center body and the internal dimension that this one's able to bring to the table is really impressive. I can appreciate those qualities that that gilt brings. However, the longer the drive goes, wants to tie up out of her hip, not as comfortable, not as sound out here. Got to continue to keep these hogs sound for us. Gilt that comes next, the light colored one that's got some muscularity, big forearm in this one. Not as sound, not as comfortable, flattens out too much in the center portion of her rib for me. Gilt that comes next, big in her upper rib, which I like to find in gilts. But for me, this one gets a little plainer as she tracks away, a little rounder in her overall muscle pattern. Round our drive off, young lady's gilt has got great extension and good look up front. Too much muscle, in my opinion. I'd like to soften her everywhere, reassemble her hind wheels. Nice class of red gilt.
Class 21, or 20, not 21, class 29, 29, class 29 Hampshire gilts. Be making your way to the show ring. Abigail O'Neill, Megan Wagner, Alex Hernandez, Katie Kleckner, class 29 Hampshire gilts.
Class 27 results, Duroc Gilts. First place, Lauren Bush. Second, Zachary Roth. Third, Megan Wagner. Fourth, Evan Johnson. Fifth, Kason Lambert. And sixth, Morgan Viney.
If you are interested in staying dry but wanting to get something to eat, the window on the inside here for the junior leader stand is open and they are serving out of it. I have a couple thank yous here. We have a thank you to our day sponsor, the Carroll County Ag Association, and also to the Flora Fire Department for coming and watering the ring last night so it's not so dusty. Thank you.
Young man does a good job driving the athlete of the group, in my opinion. This one's able to get out here and motor and flex and go with comfort and ease across the ring, and that's what we got to find on our gilts here. Again, this is the combination gilt for me, the one that combines chest width and look, and really one that balances nicely from the side. Just a nice place to land on here in this particular drive. Young man's gilt there that we put into second. If you want to say that this gilt's stouter in her skull and stouter in her bone work, I'm not going to argue there too much with you. I just didn't read her as having quite the extension, quite the elevation and grow power that our gilt that we use to win the drive does. Young lady with the dark cherry here gilt that comes next, man, I like the front two-thirds of this one a good deal. This one looks like she could go home and make somebody a boar, make somebody a baron, because that one's blade and neck assembly is very unique in my opinion. Got a good top working down her. I think this is a nice gilt from a market perspective. I guess in a breeding gilt show, this one for me needs to go with more comfort, especially out of her left hind wheel. That gilt just doesn't want to reach and go and flex quite as nicely. Young man's gilt here that comes next, shortest one in terms of stature, but at the same time, a gilt that's got rib and a gilt that's got some body, gilt that's got some flexibility as well. I just got to elevate her at the point of her shoulder, make her tie and blend a little nicer right there. I think that gilt will balance up and move up a spot or two because she is sound, does offer nice pieces. Gilt that comes next, one that's got some rib and got some body as well, just doesn't reach out there and go with enough authority for me, wants to hawk in as she tracks away from us. Dark red gilt here that comes next, a gilt that's got some extension, she's got some bone work. That's a nice gilt, very fundamental in her overall design. One for me, not quite as unique, planes out over the top portion of her shoulder. Hind wheel assembly is a little different. Gilt we round our drive off with. Young man does a nice job with this project. Low performing gilt though, in my opinion, one that's got so much muscle, she just doesn't handle it quite appropriately. Gilt that comes next to the young man's here for us. I guess this is the one we finished our drive with. This is the one for me that just didn't quite balance quite as nicely right behind her blade, but that gilt's got some athleticism and she's got some flex. That's a nice class of red gilt. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
We will now be ready to show for Champion Duroc Gilt. We're going to call Class 30 Hereford Gilts. John Beal and Savannah Porter be making your way to the ring so that you're ready. Winner of Class 26 Duroc Gilts, Riley Lanham. Winner of Class 27 Duroc Gilts, Lauren Bush. And winner of Class 28 Duroc Gilts, Caleb Myers.
Class 28 Duroc Gilt results. First place, Caleb Myers. Second place, Wyatt Anderson. Third, Emma Lamb. Fourth, Noah Johnson. Fifth, Emma Wise. Sixth, Grady Welk. Seventh, Ethan Nelson. Eighth, Logan Schaefer.
Great trio of red gilts out here. You can go to a lot of county fairs and not find 3 red gilts this high caliber. So my compliments to you guys of assembling an awesome set here of red gilts to study. You know, we talked about our class winner that wins our oldest class of gilts, and man, you study one that's just an absolute truck off of both ends of her skeleton. This one has a tremendous show ring presence. She's got ribs, she's got shape up high. It's just an awfully neat gilt there to really study on the standstill. Gilt here that wins our second class. You talk about one that just built extremely well at the ground. I mean, you talk about one that can just reach and plant and go. Gilt to me that doesn't look like she's going to go home and just lose a lot in terms of her fit job, because this one has the things that you can't feed into one. This one's got forearm and blade shape that's really impressive in my opinion. Where she impresses me the most is her ability to reach and grab and plant at the surface. Young man's bigger scale gilt here that we used to win our youngest class. Obviously a gilt that's grown extremely well for this young man. This is one that's sound. She's one that gets out here and reaches and goes for me. Maybe not quite as stout in her bone work, but I think you can start with one that's built like that and find the right board to match the things that one needs. That's an awfully neat set of red gilts. I feel awfully comfortable with my champion, one that can just reach out here and motor and go. Young lady's gilt right out here in front of me. She's going to be your champion. Congratulations.
Lauren Bush is your champion Duroc Gilt. Zachary Roth will be showing for reserve.
drop into second place in that class, and a young man drives a nice gilt. You know, we talked to her within that drive, within our champion drive or class that our champion comes out of, you know, maybe not quite as unique, especially down there in her throat latch, but that's an awfully nice gilt just from a fundamental standpoint. There's another one out here that, you know, if we maybe want to talk about one that's maybe tying up a little bit, maybe I'd like to maybe think that it's because of maybe it's too much sugar, a little bit of electrolyte. Because man, if this one's on the standstill, you can't beat this one. You can't make this one neater from the side. And ladies gilt that's right out here in front of me, she's going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Riley Lanham is your reserve champion Duroc gilt. We are now ready for Class 29 Hampshire gilts. Class 30 Hereford gilts are already up here, so we'll be ready to call Class 31 Landrace gilts. Class 31 Landrace gilts will be bringing your gilts to the show ring. Grace O'Neill, Lauren Weaver, Ashley Bushman. Class 31 Landrace gilts will be making their way to the show ring. This show would not be possible with all the volunteers that help set up and work the ring and work everything else. Let's give all the volunteers that have helped make this show possible a nice round of applause.
Nice place to start here, our only class at Hampshire gilt. So I think the gilt you land on is one that's the combination gilt. He's the one that's the sound, he's the one.
We're going to let the judge make his comments, and then we'll be able to talk a little better.
Got a neat look up front. That's just a nice place to land on in class at Hampshire gilt. Same ladies gilt, we dropped into second. I like the
Right now.
two-thirds of this gilt, a great gilt. I like her from the side profile. That's a deep-chested, deep-hearted gilt. Got tons of body and tons of rib. I liked her fixer, though, as she tracks away from us. But I just thought a more logical place to land from a design standpoint and from a height of skeleton standpoint compared to the young man's gilt that we put into third. If you like gilts that have more in terms of muscle and shape, this is the gilt for you right here that the young man drives here for us. I guess for me, just didn't get out here and reach and go. I like to see him get out here and motor, and that one just too hesitant off of both ends. I want to see these hogs reach and grab and plant on this surface. So that's a gilt that's got some rib and got some muscle up high. Gilt we round our drive off with. Nice little gilt for the young lady. One that has a little too much in terms of muscle, I'd like to just fatten her up everywhere, put a nice little layer of fat on that one, and I think she'd balance up a little nicer. Nice class of Hampshire gilts.
We are now ready to judge Class 30 Hereford gilts. Class 31 is up here. We need Class 32 full and China gilts.
We're here at the Carroll County Swine Show, and I have a member of the Swine Club, basically, because he shows swine. Why don't you introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about what age you are, what grade you're in, what division you're in, because I know everything's divisions.
I'm Adam Humbarger. This is my last year in 4-H. I'm a 10-year member, so I just graduated from high school. I had a bear and a gilt today, purebred Chester White gilt and a crossbred bear. I showed the gilt and she was third, and the bear got sixth.
Not bad.
Not too bad.
Not too bad. What all? Are you in other projects besides swine here at the fair?
I showed cattle yesterday. I had a shorthorn steer and a crossbred steer, and I had champion shorthorn and champion crossbred and reserve grand champion crossbred overall.
Okay, now, question. Since you had 2 champions, you had to go into the grand drive. You can't show both, so...
I had a friend show the shorthorn, and I showed the crossbred.
Sounds like you picked the right one to show then when you went in.
Yeah.
That's got to be a tough choice, though, to decide. I mean, do you look at your animal and try and decide, which one do you think's the better of the 2 when you go into something like that?
I kind of knew the crossbred was a little bit better. He's got a lot more hair. I've spent a lot more time with him. I've liked him ever since the start. So that's one I wanted to show.
Now, I know you're also involved in other things as well, because if I'm not mistaken, is there anything sitting out there along the drive somewhere that you might have had a hand in?
Yeah, the Carroll County Tractor Antique Club. We have tractors that come every year, and this year I had about 7 of them out there that I've restored myself. 3 or 4 of them was in FFA I restored, and then the others were at my shop or other guys' shops.
That's what I thought, and from what I've heard, you have like 3 shops now to your availability, and there's another one in the works.
Yeah, I have a lot of places I can work out of if I want to.
So basically, any of our listeners that are out there, if you have antique tractors and you need somebody, and I've seen his work, it's excellent. You would have think he's been doing this for decades because his work is so good. If you've got tractors out there that you need painted, or really anything that needs painted, Adam's the guy to call because he's excellent at it.
I mainly want to stay with tractors, but I'll do implements. I've done a couple plows and 1-row rippers and a 2-reel corn planer.
Yeah, your teacher's not going to know what to do when you leave. Mr. Walker's going to be lost, totally lost.
Shop's going to be a lot different.
You are going to come down, though, and help me a little bit down at State Fair, right?
Yeah, I will be there.
That's good, because I got some renovations that need to be done, and I want to know somebody down there that knows what they're doing.
Yeah, I'm going to take cattle down there, too. So
oh, cool.
I'll be down there the first weekend showing that crossbred steer that I won with.
That'll be good. That'll be good. That'll be exciting, actually.
Yeah,
There's
see how he
nothing.
does.
Describe the difference for our listeners, because a lot of the people that are watching now, yeah, they're kind of familiar with the shows, but they may not be familiar with what all the process is, and the difference between showing here at County Fair and showing down at State Fair.
County fairs, I mean, that's the one you work for all year round, just because that's your county and you want to try and do the best you can. State Fair I've done for 6 years, I think now, and I just go down there for fun. There's a lot of big competition down there, so it's kind of hard to compete unless you go to open shows every weekend and spend a lot of money and do that for a living. But State Fair is kind of something that you gotta want to do and just for fun, unless you're really good and spend that. I mean, that's your time doing everything. So County Fair is kind of what we always work for, just because that's our county. We'd like to win our county and then finish off the year with State Fair, and that's it.
Well, I know I'm throwing a lot at you, because right now we're on Shine 99 TV and Wilo TV, which is why the camera is pointed at us right now. But we're also going to go live here in just a little bit at the radio station. We're actually going to be broadcasting live on the radio. When my producer Drake over there gives me the cue, then that's when we'll go live there. Showing swine versus showing cattle. I know the difference because I grew up with it and I showed too when I was in 4-H, but explain to our listeners who maybe don't understand the time consumption and the difference between showing the two.
Cattle, you have to train to walk on a halter, so you have to break those cattle to lead and walk, and that's an all year round project. Cattle kind of forget you got to work with them every day, or at least almost every day, and wash and rinse, keep their hair nice. Pigs we normally buy in March, and you start feeding them and start walking them a little bit, and you always want to train them to keep their head up and walk. That makes them look nice and smooth down the top. So they're a little bit easier to train. They kind of don't forget like cattle do, but cattle you got to set up their feet, and pigs you just walk around. So I mean, cattle takes a lot more time. You got to spend a lot more time with them.
A lot more to showing.
Yeah.
I understand that completely. So
A lot more money on cattle too.
yeah, that's no kidding. It's all about the dollars and cents. It's hard to make money when you're in 4-H.
You don't make money.
You just gotta love doing it.
Right.
So when you get done with all of this, what's your plans? What's your future plans?
I'm going to be going to Ivy Tech this fall for their farm management class, and then I'm going to open up my paint business to paint tractors on the side, and then I'm farming with Dad right now. So
a lot on your plate.
Yeah.
For a young man.
I'm raising cattle, so I'm going to try and sell some next year to come to our fair and hopefully win.
Sounds good. Sounds like you got a great plan. I know you and I've talked on at length on some of the things that you're involved in, and I know the tractors is a big passion of yours and always has been. When you're doing that, is everything that comes in, is it just people out in the community that bring stuff in?
Not always. I've had calls from all over the place wanting me to paint something, but right now I've just done some around here. They just come to me and say, this is my grandpa's tractor and we'd like to have it restored to keep in the family and keep passing down.
Sounds good. We're getting ready to go live, okay. So as soon as he's getting ready to point at me, so we're just going to stay right here and kind of do a little bit of this all over again. I like picking on Adam, if you can't tell. He's a good kid. He's been one of my favorites. I'm going to miss him too. I'm going to cry when he leaves all of this.
I'll still be around.
That's good, because I'm going to want you around. We are live at the Carroll County 4-H Swine Show, and I apologize because I think I said Clinton County last time, and that's not good. We're in the Ryan County. You know, hey, I just came off a Clinton County fair, so excuse me. I'm still kind of tired from that one. But I am here with one of my favorite members of the 4-H program over here, Adam. Why don't you introduce yourself a little more than just that and tell everybody what you have been doing here at the fair.
I'm Adam Humbarger. I'm a 10-year member. I just graduated, and I showed cattle and pigs. Cattle was yesterday and hogs today. Today's actually turned out to be a pretty good day. They were calling for it to be really hot. It started to rain, so it kept the humidity down. It's turned out to be a pretty good show this morning.
Yeah, I think we've actually been pretty fortunate with the weather, and you had a great cattle show yesterday too, so why don't you tell everybody about that as well?
I had shorthorn steer, he was champion in his class, crossbred steer, is champion, and then reserve grand champion overall.
Not too shabby. Pretty good payday, actually. Yeah. So are you said you're taking the commercial or the crossbred down the state fair?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take him down to state fair and then sell the shorthorn in the auction here at the fair.
So auction, most kids usually take that money and put it back into their project, but since you're a 10-year member, where's your funds going to go?
Probably in my savings account.
Put it back for college, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that ain't cheap, I know. I'm going to let Adam go. I've been harassing him here for a while because he's been on the air with us with WILO TV and also with Shine 99 TV. We always want to thank our sponsors also for letting us be on the radio. That's Tri-Green Tractor, Iconberry Fine Furniture, Parrots Meat Processing and Catering, Mann Chevrolet Buick GMC Incorporated, WLC in Sedalia, and Matthews Buildings. For Shine 99, I'm Melissa Miller. Thank you, Adam. I appreciate it. I know I give you a hard time all the time, but you're definitely one of my favorites, always have been from the time you started this project and became
gilts that are very different in their overall design and kind. I opted to go with the one that I felt was the one that was a little more out there, but yet at the same time, she's still able to handle herself. I thought she took a lot further and longer kind of a stride compared to the gilt there that we used in second. I like this one's chest. I like her reach up front. She's got muscle. If we're going to change this one, soften her up in her center body just a shade. But that one's got piles of bone and piles of foot size that we can tie onto. If I'm going to change her, though, maybe make her just a little more coordinated out of her hind end. But that's an awfully nice gilt there to win this particular drive. If the gilt in second would ever decide to just reach and go and plant, then I think she's going to push our class winner maybe a little harder than what most folks might realize. This is a very basic, very fundamental gilt that I love from the side. In terms of her center body, you know, the depth of rib that she offers, the depth of heart that she's able to offer, that's just a good fundamental kind of a breeding gilt. I just need to see her have a longer kind of a more comfortable stride and reach, especially out of her hind end. Gilt that comes next, the young man's little plainer, a little drier in her overall appearance and show prep readiness here today. But I think a gilt that's very fundamental, very nice, one that's very similar to our class winner, maybe just not quite as unique. Awfully neat gilt, though, to be dropped there into third. Gilt that comes in 4, more similar to the rib shape and design of our second place gilt in this class. It's a little knobby inner hock. I got to redesign her there. Gilt that comes next, the young man in the orange or yellow shirt. I like this gilt from the side a good deal. Just doesn't reach out here and plant and go with authority like we like to see our gilts do. But this is a nice one from a fundamental standpoint. Stouting her up at the ground. Just a little frailer there on her ankle for us, but that's a nice gilt there nonetheless. Gilt that comes next to the young man, one that offers more in terms of muscle shape compared to the gilt that's right up there ahead of him, but one that I just need to make more coordinated, more flexible off of either end of her skeleton. Give her just a shot more power as she tracks away. The gilt that needs prolated pretty bad is the one that comes next. Man, this one's got bone, this one's got foot size. This one's got enough in terms of rib. I just got to freshen this one up everywhere. She's going to move on up in this class. Need to reconstruct her there in her underline as well. But a gilt that does have some value from a bone and foot size perspective. Nice class spotted gilts.
Class 35, Tamworth Gilts, Katie Kleckner. Be making your way to the ring. Also, Class 36, Yorkshire Gilts. Class 36, Yorkshire Gilts, be making your way to the show ring. Michael O'Neill, Alex Hernandez, Reese Allball, Blair Euler, Keegan Sheese, Clayton Schaefer. Class 35 and Class 36, Tamworth Gilts and Yorkshire Gilts, be making your way to the show ring.
Class 33 results for spot gilts. First place, Lauren Bush. Second, Mackenzie Myers. Third, Griffin Viney. Fourth, Victoria Combs. Fifth, Owen Crowell. Sixth, John Beal. Seventh, Laney Johnson.
Just a reminder, the Carroll County Ag Association is doing a swine show lunch over at the Park Pavilion. It includes a pork burger deluxe sandwich meal for $6 and a pork tenderloin deluxe sandwich meal for $7. The meal includes sandwich, chips, applesauce, and your choice of water, tea, or lemonade. They are serving over there in the Park Pavilion. The Carroll County Ag Association is doing a swine show lunch. The rain has let up and they are ready to serve.
Ladies, Gil here over to our left. Just from a fundamental and basic and balanced kind of a standpoint at the ground, this one is the most skeletally correct one that we've got here in the drive, in my opinion. I really think if we'd freshen this gilt up just a shade in her skin and her hair, I really think that you'd have an awfully neat kind of a show gilt, because her parts and her pieces blend and match and balance extremely nicely. I just think from a fundamental standpoint, that's just a better female in my opinion. And ladies, gilt here that we put into second, you know, if you want to say that this is the one for you because she does offer more in terms of bone and freshness up high, I'm probably not going to argue with you too much. But if you study the angle to her hock and you study her as she gets out here into motion, she kind of comes into pieces a little bit for me. Her hind leg's not quite as nice. Her hock doesn't utilize the flexibility like it should quite as nicely. Gets a little wrinkled there at her ham loin compared to the gilt that we use to win the particular drive. But that gilt, stout featured, very well prepared, very fresh in terms of eye appeal, and I can appreciate those things about a second place gilt. Gilt that we put here in the third, front 2/3 of this gilt are as bulky and as powerful as you could ever find in one. She gets out here and goes. She gets deeper and tighter there out of her hip. She doesn't go with that authority that we're trying to find. I'd like to also freshen her up in her skin and hair coat as well. But a gilt that's very high volume, big center, big rib kind of a gilt that we use in the third. Gilt that's in 4, she doesn't know which way she wants to go sometimes. Doesn't know if she should put her foot forward or to the side. I'd like to see her just reach and go and plant with more comfort down here. She just needs to be more of an athlete. Gilt that comes next, one that's got good center, got some rib shape, had a little bit of top shape as well. I want to hock in just a shade. I like to fix her there at her back wheels, let her go again with more athleticism. Gilt that comes next, the young ladies, is one that does have some extension up front, big rib kind of a gilt, just not quite as fresh, not quite as eye appealing as some of these other gilts are. Hock that comes next for the young lady, another one that's got some rib, got some shape up high, gets a little fragile there on her back wheel, and then want to utilize her hock quite as nicely. Gilt that comes next to the young man's around our drive off with, gilt that's got some muscle, got some elevation up front, just not quite as balanced, a little forward there on her shoulder, but a nice gilt there to round off our good class of spotted females.
All right, we're going to show for champion spot gilt. The winner of class 33 is Lauren Bush. And the winner of class 34 is Sarah Jones.
drive our first place guild out of our first class of spotted. Then we talked to her in her drive. You love the foot, the bone, all the mass, and all the extra butt checks that she puts on our little checklist that we try to work through. You know, if we're going to change her, I like to drop her in the center body just to shave. But man, she is awfully unique. Front 1/3 of that one is as neat for a spot as you're probably going to find. Gilt that we use out of our second class, a little plainer in the way that she's presented here today. But man, you study one that is fundamental, super sound, gets out here and utilizes her feet and legs like they're supposed to, all pointing in the right direction. She's got some extension up front. That's a nice little spotted gilt. She's going to be your champion. Congratulate the young lady for me.
Champion spot gilt goes to Sarah Jones. Mackenzie Anderson will now show for reserve.
Bring out our second place gilt out of that class, and you know, I kind of kept flipping that pair in my mind, and I think she comes out here, and man, the front 2/3 of this one are really nice, and I love the rib and the center, you know, the feminine qualities that this one's able to bring to the table for a spot gilt. Like a lot of things about that. This is a good pair out here. I'm going to go with the one that I feel like is more feminine in her look, feminine in her rib and body. Young lady's gilt that was second in that class is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Mackenzie Anderson is your reserve champion spot gilt. We'll now be ready for class 35 Tamworth gilts. Class 37, Yorkshire Gilts. Be making your way to the show ring. Class 37, Yorkshire Gilts. Sarah Jones. Haley Smith, Maddie Sheese, Noah Johnson, Evan Royal. Class 37, Yorkshire Gilts. Be making your way to the show ring.
Class 34 results for spotted gilts. First place, Sarah Jones. Second, Mackenzie Anderson. Third, Kristen Buck. Fourth, Emma Lamb. Fifth, Ashley Bushman. Sixth, Annabelle Hurst. Seventh, Amber Bushman. And eighth, Henry Hurst.
This will be the only class that I get right here today. So, young lady's Tamworth Gilt out here, she could withstand a lot more competition because this one is three-dimensional. She is good from the side. She's got a bunch of muscle, especially for a Tamworth. Like her chest that she offers, really nice Tamworth representative. Let's give the young lady showing the only Tamworth a nice round of applause for bringing a good project.
Champion Tamworth Gilt, Katie Kleckner. We are now ready for class 36, Yorkshire Gilts. Class 36, Yorkshire Gilts. Just a reminder that this show is being broadcast live and worldwide on WILOTV.com and Shine99TV.com. Highlights will be archived. I have been told that Andrea Brown is watching the show, so if you maybe if she's still watching, wave to her.
Really like my top pair of Yorkshire gilts, and they're different, and that's okay. We can make good livestock that looks different as long as they've got good fundamental qualities that we can build off of. And I feel like the young man's gilt that we start the class with is no doubt the one that's got the most amount of volume in her center. She's the one that's still able to handle all that volume and mass she carries up high down at the ground. She's square, she's good built. I just think a nice place to land. Love her underline as well. That's a nice little Yorkshire gilt to win this particular drive. Young man's gilt that's right here in front of me. This is the most unique one though in the class. This blue-eyed gilt for me is one that's ultra stout in her feature. You study that one, the root of that one's tail is immense. I mean, she's got density of skeleton, she's got density of bone and foot size, so I feel like a guy could probably build around a gilt that looks like that. She just doesn't have quite the center that the gilt does that we use to win this particular drive, but that's a nice gilt there in her own right. Gilt that comes out next to him and it does an excellent job driving. I thought she just ran out of gas with the ground. Doesn't have the same amount of bone and foot that those other two gilts do, but you throw that out the window and this one's right here in the mix because she does offer more in terms of center body compared to the gilt that we put in the second. I like her chest as she drives right at me. Just a good made, good fundamental, good basic kind of a Yorkshire gilt. But for me, too fragile at the ground. I got to stouten her up in her bone work. Gilt that comes next, one that's got center body, one that's got a bunch of internal dimension working for me. She's just too flat on her pasterns off of both ends. I got to elevate her there. That's a problem within the Yorkshire breed, and we got to make them better. Gilt that comes next, the young man's got some extension and some look up front. Another one that needs to be stoutened up in her bone work. That's a nice, good, basic, high-quality gilt to drop this far in the drive. Gilt that needs to be freshened up, and her skin and her hair coat is the one that has the most amount of muscle. She's got the biggest top of anything that we've got here in the drive. I got to reassemble her in her hock. She's too coarse in her joints for me. I got to smooth her there and push her shoulder back more towards her midrib. But that's a nice gilt there to round off a nice class of Yorkshire females.
Results for Class 36, Yorkshire Gilts. First place, Keegan Sheese. Second, Clayton Schaefer. Third, Blair Euler. Fourth, Michael O'Neill. Fifth, Reese Albaugh. And sixth, Alex Hernandez.
Class 38, commercial gilts. Lightweight commercial gilts, class 38. Be coming to the show ring, please. Henry Hurst, Hunter Tate, Aaron Scott, Emily Humbarger, Macy McElrath, John Beal, Charles Gahabe, Savannah Bordner, class 38, lightweight commercial gilts. Be making your way to the show ring.
Nice little class of Yorkshire Gilt. So the one that surfaces to me is the one that's got the most eye appeal. She's the one that's the freshest. I love her head and her neck. I mean, you study the length from this one's, the point of her shoulder to the tip of her nose. This one's got a look, an extension, extremely feminine up front, and I can dang sure appreciate that about this one. She's got shape, she's got muscle. In this particular drive, it's kind of her and everything else, in my opinion. You can leave that young lady on out here. Young lady drives a nice little gilt here for us. You know, I'd like to see this one be bigger from a performance perspective, but from a skeletal standpoint, I read her as being the second most correct one that we had out here. This is a nice little gilt. I just like to see her bigger in her kind, clean her up underneath her throat for me. But this gilt was square. I thought she was more appropriate in the amount of fat cover that she's able to have compared to the gilt that we put into third. The gilt that's in third has all the extras, you know, tons of rib, tons of body, shape up high is okay for me. I guess this one just has too much in a few areas. One that just doesn't balance quite as nicely, kind of has a little fat pocket working back down there in her flank. You know, if you're taking this one home to breed, you're going to have to peel a lot of fat off of her, I feel like, to be able to be successful. But this gilt, again, if we can peel that off, she's got some nice parts and pieces to begin with. She's got a broad skull up top. She's got a good root to her tail. I just need to stouten her up with the ground as well if she's going to move up anymore in this particular drive. Young man drives a nice Yorkshire Gilt here for us, one that's got good curvature and set to her shoulder blade, one that has some extension up front. Just gets a little flatter right in the center portion of her rib for me. If we're going to go up higher with this one, she needs to be more expansive there. Gilt that comes next, little rawer there in her shape, and doesn't have the real fresh appearing kind of skin on a Yorkshire that we'd like to find in the show ring. But at the same time, it's a good fundamental kind of a gilt. Doesn't offer a huge hole, but it just doesn't have quite the extra look that we're trying to find. Gilt that comes next, young lady's not as sound, not as coordinated off either end. Young lady does a nice job showing. I just got to fix this gilt on her feet if we move her up any higher. Good class of Yorkshire females.
All right, we're going to be showing for champion Yorkshire Gilts. Winner of Class 1, Keegan Sheese. Winner of Class 36 is Keegan Sheese, and the winner of Class 37 is Maddie Sheese. Okay. After Class 38, which is up here and in the ring, lightweight commercial gilts, we are going to break for 30 minutes for lunch. After Class 38, which is in the ring right now, lightweight commercial gilts, we are breaking for lunch. 30 minutes.
Two really nice Yorkshire Gilts, and I like both of them a good deal. I think they're both fresh. I think they're both feminine. I think they've got rib, they've got body. You know, they're three-dimensional. They're not one-dimensional hogs. I mean, no matter what angle you study these girls, you know that you've got something there. We're not going to flatten out at all with either one of them. I think both of them have good underlines. I like both these gilts a good deal. The one that wins our first class, though, in my opinion, has a better hind leg. She's going to be your champion Yorkshire Gilt. Congratulations.
Champion Yorkshire Gilt, Keegan Sheese. Clayton Schaefer will show for reserve.
Bring in the blue-eyed gilt here for to be in contention for reserve, and man, I'd like to see this one go home and be bred to a high-caliber Yorkshire boar to make barrows, because man, this one is stout. You study the broadness of her skull, the root of her tail that she's able to offer. I'd just like to give her a shot more body if she's going to compete today, but that one's got some unique pieces for a Yorkshire female. Strength of pasterns is good as well. I think the gilt that most closely resembles our champion is going to be our other gilt right out here. Young lady, congratulations.
Reserve champion Yorkshire Gilt, Maddie Sheese.
Results for Class 37 Yorkshire Gilts. First place, Madeline Sheese. Second place, Sarah Jones. Third, Evan Royal. Fourth, Noah Johnson. Fifth, Haley Smith. And sixth, Haley Smith.
We're here at the Carroll County Swine Show, and just want to let you know there are already into the Hampshires. So this show is going very quickly. I'm here actually with a first-year Carroll County 4-H member, and why don't you introduce yourself and tell us what club you're with, and then tell me what projects that you have.
My name is Lily Pearson. I'm in the club Jackson Live Wires, and I'm doing beef, swine, and shooting sports.
Okay. Now we talked a little bit about the pigs. I'll tell everybody on the TV because they haven't heard you, so they don't know what you and I talked about. So why don't you tell them about what kind of pigs you have?
I have a Yorkshire and a Chester.
A Yorkshire and a Chester. And remind me again, how do you tell the difference? Because they're both snowy white.
My York has ears that are up high, and then my Chester has ears that flop down.
Okay, and then she really shocked me when she told me about the beef that she shows. What kind of cattle is it that you show?
A Scimitar.
And they are not small, are they?
No.
They are very big. They're one of the biggest breeds of cattle there is. If you want to look right up there, you can wave and Mom can see it later. Everybody's watching us right now. Isn't that kind of cool?
Yeah.
That's neat. Now you do shooting sports. Now for first year member of shooting sports, what do you do?
You have to do all 5 of them to practice, and it is shotgun, archery, air rifle, air pistol, and muzzleloader.
Very good. Very good. See, I remembered that too. But what's your favorite project then in 4-H?
All of them.
All of them? Do you think maybe now that you got your first year under your belt that maybe you'll do more projects next year?
I might do the same.
You might. You're
As
going to
this
definitely
year?
do the same ones for sure.
Yeah.
Is there anything, have you been to the building to look around? Because I know that's where your shooting sports is at.
Yeah.
Is there anything in there that maybe you like that you might want to try next year?
I would want to do air rifle and archery.
That sounds like fun.
Mhm.
Have you told Mom that yet?
Yeah.
That's good. You want to warn her ahead of time so she can prepare for it. So,
Yeah.
But so how'd you do with your showing your pigs?
I'm still gonna have to do showmanship with one of them, but both of them. I got 4th place.
That's pretty good for a first year.
Yep.
So you're going to do showmanship, huh?
Yep.
Do you know which one you're going to take in?
Yep. My Chester.
You're going to take your Chester. So what do you, when you're showing your pigs, what's the most important thing?
When you want to make sure that you're looking at the judge and you want to make sure that they're clean.
That's right. Very good. I want to thank you, Lily, for being here with me today and helping me with this broadcast. And for everybody who's out there, I want to make sure that you know that this is Lily's 9th birthday. And what time did you say you turned 9 this morning?
4:30.
So see, she's got it down to the absolute minute. And Lily and I are actually going to sneak out of here some point in time today before she goes home, and we're going to get an ice cream and we're going to celebrate her birthday today. So, Lily, thank you very much for being here with us on Shine TV and WILO TV. And Mommy will actually be able to find this because it's going to be stored in a file. And I know you know about computers because you have computers at school. But it'll be there so Mommy can go back and she can look at it later. So you'll actually be able to watch yourself on TV.
Cool.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lily, for being with us.
Yep.
One that's got shape, one that's got muscle, and that's playing young lady. She's out at the ground. Take her boy a little nicer at her handling junction. Gilson comes next to a young man, one that's got some muscularity, one that's got a broad skull between the eyes on this particular female. She's got to stouten her up at the ground. Too fragile and frail, especially up in her ankle and back at her rear foot. Giltic comes next. We can come bring those other ones out as well. One that's got length to head, length to face, one that's an attractive gilt from the side. From that perspective, I just got to make her darker in her pattern. I think that'll help blend things a little nicer out of her shoulder blade and then back at her ham loin hook up. Gilt that's next. Nice profiling female for me. I just got to make her stouter at the ground and go with more comfort out of her hind end. Good class, good first class to crossbred gilts.
We are now breaking for lunch. We'll be back in 30 minutes, so we'll be starting at roughly 20 to 25 after 12.
Results for Class 38, Commercial Gilts Lightweight. First place, Savannah Bordner. Second, Macy McElrath. Third, Emily Humbarger. Fourth, Aaron Scott. Fifth, Hunter Tate. Sixth, Charles Gahabe. Seventh, Henry Hurst. And eighth, John Beal.
Hello, test. Okay, we're taking about a half-hour break at the Swine Show. Everybody's taking a seventh inning stretch. Looks like the rain has kind of diminished, if not stopped, and so people are actually able to get outside. I see they're not running too fast on the outside of the building, so we've had a lot of fun here today, and we'll put a ribbon on things as the day wraps up. Again, Flora, Indiana is the host location of the Carroll County 4-H Fair. And this is Thursday, July the 20th. Thursday, July the 20th. They started at 7 o'clock this morning. 7 o'clock this morning to try to beat the heat, which they've done. Of course, the rain has helped as well. And so that's a good thing. We also have some people to thank. We're here because of Tri-Green Tractor, Eikenberry Fine Furniture, Parrots Meat Processing and Catering, Mann Chevrolet Buick, GMC Incorporated, WLC and Sedalia and Matthews Buildings. You'll notice our John Deere tractor there to go right along with Tri-Green Tractor on the screen. But we do have an empty arena right now for lunch break since it is about 10 till noon. And in this seventh inning stretch, if we can find another person to interview, we might be able to do that. We did have a 10-year member that was lined up, so we might investigate that. So hang with us, and we'll be with you shortly.
Attention, everybody in the barn here. First Farmers Bank and Trust is right up here by the junior leaders stand with free watermelon. So if you're interested in some dessert after your food, or right here at the table by the junior leaders stand. First Farmers Bank and Trust, free watermelon.
Yeah, we are up, and we are at the Carroll County 4-H Fair Swine Show, and I'm with Savannah Bordner. Savannah, you're what, 8-year member?
9-year.
9-year member. Okay, that's right. You're going to be a senior next year. Wow, that doesn't seem possible. We're getting ready to go on the radio as well. Right now, we're just talking a little bit about what's going on. We're at a lunch break right now. I know you had a chance to hurry up and get something to eat real quick, and I'm still working on my amazing pork burger. And we're going to pause for just a second because we're getting ready to go on the air radio-wise, too. Hello, Kevin. Yes, we are here at the Swine Show for Carroll County, and I'm with Savannah Bordner. Savannah's a 9-year 4-H member. Savannah, which club are you with?
I'm with the Carroll to go Clovers.
Oh, Clovers. Amazing how that works with 4-H. And you've been having a pretty good day today, so tell us a little bit about what you're showing and how your day's been going.
Yeah, so I had a Hamp Barrel, but he placed third, which is fine. I knew he wasn't going to be great. And then I had a Hereford Gilt that placed, she was champion Hereford Gilt. And then I also had a lightweight crossbred Gilt, and she was the last class to be shown before they broke for lunch, and she got first place, and so we'll go back in the ring here in a little bit and show for champion lightweight crossbred Gilt.
Now, is Swine the only project you have, or do you have other 4-H projects?
No, Swine is not the only 4-H project I have. I also have photography, so I took a black and white salon print and a color salon print for my 9th year in 4-H.
So, and have you been to the building yet to see how they did?
Yeah, they both got blue ribbons, so that was pretty cool.
That's all right. Nothing wrong with that. Definitely. And I know with all the pictures that I see on Facebook and everything, you're pretty good at it.
Yeah, kind of.
I know Showmanship's pretty tight this year, too, as well. There's a lot of kids enrolled in it, and Senior actually has some of the biggest class, I think, of Showmanship this year.
Yeah, there's like 6 classes of Senior Showmanship, and I think there's like 8 kids in each class, so it's going to be pretty tough to make it out.
Well, Savannah's going to stick around with me, and we're going to be on WILO TV and also Shine 99 TV, which we are live streaming right now. So if you want to flip over there and you can watch us continue this interview. We want to thank our sponsors for letting us be on the radio: Tri-Green Tractor, Ironconberry Fine Furniture, Parrots Meat Processing and Catering, Mann Chevrolet Buick GMC Incorporated, WLC in Sedalia, and Matthews Buildings. For Shine 99, I'm Melissa Miller. And as I said, we're going to continue this while we're on TV. Live streaming, and this will actually be archived so Mom and Dad can go back and watch it later and critique it. Yeah, your dad will have fun poking fun at that.
I'm sure.
One of the other things that I wanted to talk to you about, I mean, you're very avid in the 4-H end of it, and the swine part of it especially. I know that is actually part of your FFA too as well. You raise your own, you breed your own. Tell our listeners a little bit about what that has been like. Tying the two businesses, basically the idea of being in 4-H and that swine project, and then tying that into your FFA as well.
Yeah, so for FFA, once you reach your freshman year of high school, you have to create a supervised agricultural experience, and this starts right before your freshman year, the summer before, and you have to work 90 hours to get the credit, and it's a school credit, so you get a credit a summer as long as you sign the papers. And so I loved pigs. I had shown pigs in 4-H, and I was like, you know what? I think that I'm going to convince my dad to let me get a sow or two, and then we can breed them and farrow them, and I can raise my own show pigs. And I had 2 sows that summer and winter. I bred them that winter. And since then, that's grown into about 15 different sows, and my SAE has placed, I've created a proficiency through my SAE, and it placed 3rd in the state this year, so pretty cool.
I know I've had a chance to watch you grow in this project through 4-H and then watch you actually expand it through your FFA, but telling kids that are out there that are maybe thinking about, even at your age, I mean, I just met gentleman who's a 10-year 4-H'er, but this is his first year showing pigs just for the fun of it. So tell somebody out there that's not in 4-H yet, maybe they're sitting on the fence, don't know whether or not they want to get into it. Tell them what your experience has been like and why this is so important.
Yeah, so I started off my first year of 4-H, and I had no idea what I was doing. My babysitter had a swine operation, and a commercial swine operation, so I was around swine when I was a little girl. But as I grew up, I knew I wanted to show pigs. And my first year of 4-H, I got them out of the finishing house at their house for free. And so since then, I've improved, and we won Grand Champion Barrow here last year. And so for anyone that is thinking about showing, just find someone that will help you, because we had to find out how to do things, and we had to find mentors, and that's how we've grown in this project. And so just find someone that's willing to help you, and I guarantee you there are numerous people out there that would love to mentor you and help you.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I know we have that as well in Clinton County. I think Clinton, Carroll, Cass, those three counties are so strong in building youth programs and like you said, being mentors, whether it's another 4-H or whether or not it's someone in the community that's actually in that business, like you said, raising hogs in the swine industry, starting you out to get going. So
yeah.
That's great advice for anybody to get out there. Now I know do you have one more to go, or is it Sydney that has one more to go?
My sister Sydney has one more to go,
Sydney
and
has one.
then I'll show again for champion lightweight.
Right, that's right. And then you've got showmanship.
Yeah, and then I have showmanship. So
the fun part is you guys are both in senior showman, aren't you?
Yeah, so Sydney, one of her biggest goals, she's 2 years younger than me, her biggest goal, she told me last night, she's like, Savannah, I just want to beat you. That is my goal, is to beat you. And I was like, okay, Sydney, we'll see how that plays out. Hopefully she doesn't, but I'll be happy for her if she does.
Yeah. Well, and you still got one more year to go. So.
Yes, I sure do.
She's got, if you win it this year, then now do you guys go on to a master showman after that, or how does your showmanship work?
So once you win, so if you win beginner, then you move up to intermediate the next year, and if you win intermediate, you move up to senior showmanship. And then if you win senior showmanship, then you move on to royal showmanship, which is tonight. And so you show sheep, cattle, and pigs. And so there's the senior sheep showman, the champion cattle showman, and then the champion pig showman.
Okay, so you have three breeds then in royal showmanship then?
Yeah.
Okay, I know in Clinton County we do 5 breeds, and it's called Supreme, so it's very similar. But I didn't know, I couldn't remember how this one worked. So is that a goal of yours?
I mean, yes. There's a ton of competition here. There are a lot of great showmen, and so looking at it in that perspective, I'm like, even if I did make it out, then the 2 girls that won sheep and cattle earlier this week are amazing showmen, and it would be really, really hard to compete with them.
I think that's one of the things I've noticed so much about Carroll County that kind of sets it apart from the others is the fact that this is a showmanship county. Mm-hmm. Very huge. Doesn't matter what the numbers are in the livestock. It's just, this is showmanship, and it's very, very driven here.
Yes, very.
So, well, I'm going to let you go. I know they're getting ready to start up again. I know you need to mentally prepare to come back into the ring for Champion Cross, and then hopefully Champion Drive.
Maybe.
And then mentally prepare to beat your sister Sydney.
Yeah, hopefully. That's the goal.
Yeah, well, you never want the younger sibling to take you out.
For sure.
Anyway, thanks for spending all your time with us. I know I could always count on you. Oh, I know what we didn't touch on before I let you go. There's a blue trailer sitting out there. Why is that blue trailer here? And I think you had a pretty big part in that blue trailer being here.
Yeah, so last summer, I'm in FFA, I'm very active in the FFA organization, and last summer, a girl in my class and I, we were going into our junior year, and we decided that we wanted to create our legacy. And so we were kicking around some ideas, and we always sell lemon shake-ups here at the county fair, and we always did a pretty good job. We made quite a bit of money, but we wanted to expand that. And so we came up with the idea of a lemon shake-up trailer, or just a food trailer. We were going to sell different things out of it. So we created an informative flyer, and then we took it around to businesses, probably around 50 or 60 businesses total in our community and surrounding areas, and presented our business plan. And then there were 4 different levels of donors, and then they donated, and we raised $20,000 and bought this trailer. And so it's a super awesome. I mean, I think our sales are up from the past years. This is the most we've ever sold this year, so it was definitely worth it.
That's cool, and that's something, like you said, it's a legacy. It's something that the chapter will be able to use for years.
For years, yep. That was the goal.
So, okay, now I'll let you get
All
out
right,
here.
thank you.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate everything that you do for me, and I will see you at State Fair.
Yes, no problem. Anytime. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Thank you, dear.
Updated showmanship class listings are listed on the board back in the barn. Updated showmanship classes are updated on the board back in the barn. We understand that the program is incorrect. The correct showmanship classifications are back in the barn. Class 39, crossbred gilts are in the ring. We need Class 40. Class 40 has been called, and they need to be making their way up to the ring as well.
Check. Welcome back here, and we've got a little bit of everything here in our second class of crossbred gilts, first one of the afternoon, and again, you just try to land on the one that you feel the most comfortable with from a skeletal standpoint, and again, the one that offers some of the extras, and I feel like the young lady's blue gilt is the one that's offers the most dimensional look when she drives right at me. She's the most opened up, she's the biggest centered, she's the freshest topped one. You know, she's not the prettiest headed one in the world, but for me in this particular drive, she's the one that's the most correct for the longest amount of time in this drive, balances up the nicest. Take nothing away from the Yorkshire Pyrenean gilt the young man uses, that we use here for second. This gilt's got shape and muscle up high. If I'm going to change her though, I got to reconstruct her out of her hock. Gets too upright for me. I need to see her go and flex with more comfort. If she can do that, I like her frame score and size better than the gilt that we use to win this particular drive. She's just too restricted out of her hind end to move her up any higher. The blue mask gilt here that the young lady drives for us, kind of a down-eared female. The back two-thirds of this gilt are unique, and she's got shape and rib. You know, she's got some breeding character in terms of depth of rib and depth of body. I just don't read this one as being quite as cool-headed, quite as feminine, quite as attractive up front compared to those other gilts that we use right up ahead of her. Young man's big, bulky, big-backed one here that comes next here for us, one that's got shape and one that's got center body. I got to fix her as she tracks away. We got a couple extra dew claws rolling on up front on that one as well. We got to clean her up from that regard as well. Target rump gilt the young lady brings here, one that's got some extension and some head and neck extension up front for us. If we study her though as she tracks away from us, got to fix her in her hock. I got to clean her up in her joints as well. It gets too knobby back there for me. Very fresh, very well presented is the off-belted gilt of the young ladies. I got to drop her in her flank for us, give her more depth of heart, give her more depth of rib, and she's going to work up any higher in this class. Final two hogs in the drive. Young man's gilt's too moderate for me, but she's got all kinds of muscle, all kinds of product working in her. Just not feminine enough. I don't know how big that gilt's ever going to get. Little plainer mark gilt here that's right in front of me. A gilt that's good and balanced, showing some signs of estrus, which I can appreciate from a breeding point of view. Just not as square, not as comfortable out here on the surface. Good class of crossbred gilts.
We are now judging Class 40. It's going in the ring. We need Class 41, lightweight commercial gilts. Class 41, lightweight commercial gilts to make their way to the ring. Carson Dysinger, Chase Almager, Cole Rush, Caleb Kinsler, Wyatt Roth, Wyatt Carmack, Emily Justice, Asa Cohey. Class 39 results. First, Lauren Weaver. Second, Eva Nelson. Third, Victoria Combs.
We're back here at the Carroll County 4-H Fair, and we're actually waiting to go live on the radio as well. But we're going to do a recap here in just a minute with all our results from the Barrow Show. We're actually in the lightweight crossbreds, and there's two classes of those. We're in those right now, and into the second class is Judge is getting him out of the ring. He's trying to take a look at him, and then we'll go for champion lightweight crossbred gilt here in just a minute. And then we'll bring out the heavyweights. The heavyweight gilts are going to range in age from December, first part of December through January. That'll be our heavyweights. We'll bring those out. There's two classes of heavyweight gilts. They get those out, and then we will be picking a heavyweight crossbred champion, and then we'll bring out those two champions. We're getting ready to go live here on the radio. Hey, Kevin, we are here at the Carroll County Swine Show, and we are watching the lightweight classes of the commercial gilts right now. They're in the process of getting them out, getting them checked out, and it's pretty cool. There's a whole bunch of them out there, and when you get that many kids out there with good-sized pigs, it takes quite a bit of the room up. I want to go real quick. We're going to talk about the Barrow show that finished up earlier today. The Berkshire champion was Clayton Schaefer. Chester White was Wyatt Anderson. Duroc was Kylie Lanham. Hampshire was Callie Butcher. Hereford was John Haygood. Landrace was Grace O'Neill. Spot was Keaton Meeks. Yorkshire was Hunter Simpson. Lightweight cross went to Clayton Wright. Medium weight cross went to Keegan Sheese. Heavyweight cross also went to Keegan Sheese, and homegrown champion went to Aaron Scott. Those are the champion barrows. They will all come back in later for the grand champion drive, and we will be reporting on that as well. Right now, we got to get the gilt show over with, and then we will be going into the grand drives and also a little bit of showmanship. We want to thank our sponsors for letting us be here: Tri-Green Tractor, Eikenberry Fine Furniture, Parrots Meat Processing and Catering, Man Chevrolet Buick GMC Incorporated, WLC in Sedalia, Matthews Buildings. Don't forget, we are live streaming at WILO TV and Shine 99 TV as well, so you can catch the video feed there, and it will also be archived on both those channels as well if you don't get to catch it live. For Shine 99, I'm Melissa Miller.
Thank you very much, Melissa. We are waiting for the judge to give his comments on this particular drive, so we'll see what he has to say. Getting his microphone ready now.
Yoff Beltic Gill here, the young lady who drives for us, is the one that's the tallest at the point of her shoulder. She's the one that's the most comfortable out here. She's the one that combines bone and foot size and squareness. And this particular drive, pretty easy place for me to land on her. That's a nice gilt there, one that just balances well in this particular class. Young man's Calico, Sandy, one that we use in second, one that's got more rib, one that's got a deeper amount of body than the gilt that we use to win this particular drive. Gets a little weak right in the center portion of her spine, wants to dip and sway back. Too much there for me. If I had elevated her at the point of her shoulder and brought her top up, I think she's going to push our class winner. But that was a nice pair there. Pretty logical way to land it, in my opinion. Gill here that we put into third, again, one that's got all the extras that we look for in terms of stoutness of feature, bone, forearm, foot size. She's got all those boxes checked. Depth of body as well is really good. Just not as sound, not quite as coordinated there as the gilts that we put right up there ahead of her. Not as comfortable out here on the surface. Young lady's gilt here that's in four. This one's a fighter. She's ready to just get out here and go and get everything she can. But this one's got good extension. She's got good look. I like her color pattern. I think she balances well. I just got to stouten her up at the ground, especially out of her back end, out of her back wheels, and give her more bone and foot size if she's going to go up any higher. White belted gilt here, the young lady drives for us. Nice gilt from the side. Got to deepen her though, back in her flank. Reconstruct her back wheels. Red gilts that we use now and down the line here. I think gilts that are good pattern. I just got to fix this one on her front feet. Wants to run two down into those shavings. I got an elevator there at her pass turns. Very similar in terms of color pattern as the gilt that comes next. Clipped a little tighter than ideal in my opinion. Wants to pinch too much right there, the top portion of her ham loin hookup. The Wagey blue one here, the young man does a nice job driving. Too hard in her overall muscle, maybe got carried away with some feed products. We can soften that one up, throw that one on south feed. She's going to be a whole different animal in a few days. Good classic crossbred gilts.
Class 42, heavyweight crossbred gilts. Class 42, heavyweight crossbred gilts. Be making your way to the show ring. Rebecca Lagoni, William Cleaver, Corinne Gahabe, Marley Cleaver, Madison Skiles, Morgan Viney, Madison Wagner, Caleb Myers, Marley Cleaver. Class 40 results. First, Emily Wagner. Second, Evan Johnson. Third, Laney Johnson. Fourth, Madison Anderson. Fifth, Cameron Gahabe. Sixth, Daniel Keppen. Seventh, Cassandra Keppen. Eighth, Sean Russell. Class 41 is in the ring. Class 42 should be making their way to the show ring.
Solid way to start with the thin belted gilt, the young man's in the red shirt. I read this one as having the most positives in the drive. You know, she's the one that combines bone, foot size, mass. She's able to carry it with relative amount of ease in this particular drive. Good muscle gilt. Maybe give her a shot of body up underneath, but that's a nice gilt from a squareness perspective. She's the squarest one in here that combines the extra traits that we're trying to assemble. Calico gilt that we drop into second. If you want to say this one's got a little nicer reach out of her hind end, I'm not going to argue there with you. She just runs out of power at the ground. She's frailer at the ground in her bone work compared to the gilt that we use to win the class. That's a good gilt though in her own right. Just gets caught in a tough drive. Gilt here that we use in third is the skunk face female that's got rib and she's got a bunch of body as well. I just read her as being too quick in her overall maturity pattern. A little shorter headed, little shorter faced. When you study her as she tracks away, wants to work too far outside of her skeleton, in my opinion. Longer face gilt, longer headed gilt that's fresher in terms of top shape, described as the blue gilt that comes next for the young man. Wants to get a little down on her feet, though, off of both ends of our skeleton, especially out of our hind end. Too round in her shape. I got to fix her at the ground if she's going to move her up, if we're going to move her up any higher. The white gilt that drives down next, heavy duty in her skeleton. This one offers more bone than the gilt that's tied up right ahead of her. I just didn't read her as being quite as feminine about her head, feminine about her neck. That's a nice gilt, though, in her own right. I just got to elevate her at the point of her shoulder. The rust-colored one that comes out here, one that's got ribs, she's got shape up high. She's not quite as comfortable out here. Wants to work outside of herself as she tracks away. But I think that's a nice gilt, though, in her own right. If we were in a market perspective or in a market show, I feel like that gilt might get along a little better. Level or your longer-tailed gilt that comes next to the young ladies, one that gets out here and goes across the ring with authority. She's just too rounded in her overall appearance. Too round in her muscle pattern as she tracks away from us. Got to make her more extended up front, give her a more show pig kind of a look. We round our class off with two nice hogs. Young man's gilt here in the center that's got great body, got good shape to our top line. And this one, just too plain about her head, too plain about her neck. Wants to scoot her front feet. Wants to scoot her front feet. Nice classic gilts, though. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Class 43, heavyweight commercial gilts. Class 43, heavyweight commercial gilts. Be making your way to the show ring. Amber Bushman, Megan Herr, Evan Crowell, Keaton Meek, Titus Kilty, Mackenzie Anderson, Sydney Bordner, we will be showing the champion lightweight crossbred gilts after Class 43. First place lightweight crossbred gilts. I will call you here in a minute, but be ready to come up once we get Class 43 up. Okay, we're there.
Results for Class 41 commercial gilts, lightweight. First place, Wyatt Carmack. Second, Cole Rush. Third, Caleb Kinsler. Fourth, Carson Dysinger. Fifth, Wyatt Roth. Sixth, Chase Almager. Seventh, Emily Justice. And eighth, Asa Cohey.
Easy place to start here in this class. Young man's blue face gilt that comes out in this particular drive. This is the one that offers a tremendous show pig look. I love her feminine head, and I love her shoulder blade. I love her rib and body. I think this gilt just balances up the most appropriately in this particular drive. Easy place to start, in my opinion. Young lady using the fishing lure whip out here has a nice gilt in her own right. This one's got center. It's got depth of body out here for us. Like to refine her in her underline, but this is a nice gilt in her own right. I got to reconstruct her inner hock. She's a little knobby there back for me. I got to fix her there and clean her up in her joint. That's a gilt that's big and broody and big centered and big backed, and so those are qualities that we're obviously trying to find, and you can like to work that kind up more towards the front of the lineup. Young lady's blue gilt here that comes in third. Good, basic, fundamental gilt that's sound and good made off of both ends of her skeleton. Not as heavy duty in her bone work, not as stout in her feature compared to the gilt that's tied up right ahead of her. But that's a gilt that balances well, and she is sound. Long-tailed gilt here that comes next, one that's got rib and body, some muscularity up high as well. Not as youthful and as feminine out of her head as we'd like to see. I got to fix her in her hock as she tracks away from us as well. There's a nice gilt here, the black one that the young lady drives for us, one that's got depth of rib and depth of side as you study her out in motion. She's not heavy duty enough in her skeleton. I got to give her a shot of bone. My major qualm with this one, though, is her back wheel. I got to fix her, make her track with more comfort and ease out here on the surface. The white gilt the young lady drives for us, one that's got some center body, one that's got some muscularity, big stout featured, one that's got a big forearm. I got to make this one blend and go a little nicer right out the back side of her blade. Freshen that one up in the top side of her skeleton in terms of shape and also in terms of our skin and our hair. Gilt that comes next, kind of a late entry, messed up a little bit of a deal, one that's got some top shape and some bone work, but that's a nice gilt there in her own right. Doesn't balance quite as nicely. The final two gilts need to be freshened up everywhere. This gilt right here, I read her as being having better lines in terms of our top line than the down-eared gilt that's right in front of me. I like to shove the shoulder back on the young ladies gilt we round our class off with. But a good class of crossbred gilts.
Lightweight class winners, commercial gilts, be making your way to the show ring. Class 38, Savannah Bordner. Class 39, Lauren Weaver. Class 40, Emily Wagner. Class 41, Wyatt Carmack. If you're second place, lightweight commercial gilt, be ready to come on up.
Class 42, commercial gilts, heavyweight. Results, first place, Caleb Myers. Second, Madison Wagner. Third, Corin Gehabe. Fourth, Rebecca Lagoni. Fifth, Morgan Viney. Sixth, Madison Skiles. Seventh, Marley Cleaver. Eighth, Marley Cleaver. Ninth, William Cleaver.
Lightweight crossbred gilt class winners. Emily Wagner and Wyatt Carmack, we're still looking for your lightweight crossbred gilt class winners to the show ring, please.
Give and take in this class, and I opted to start with the young man's black-headed gilt here to win this particular drive, and it really boiled down to which one do I have the least amount of questions about, and I've got the least amount of questions about her hind leg, and I've got the least amount of questions about her rib and body and general stoutness that she offers. You know, if we're going to change this one, I'd like to move her shoulder back just a shade, but I thought she was better there than the gilt that we put into second. Back 2/3 of the gilt in second are very unique. She's got shape, she's got center body. Her, the amount of fat cover that's laid on her is very appropriate. I like all those things about her. I got to change her front end. I got to reassemble her shoulder blade. Got to move it back more towards her forerib. Got to relax her there and give her more comfort out of the front portion of her shoulder. I don't know where the gilt is. There we go. The gilt that's in third is the one that is the problem gilt for me in this particular drive, because if her hind leg's good, if her right rear leg is good, she's going to win this class. And I'd feel pretty comfortable using one like this because she's got the best shoulder blade out of the three that we used in the top portion of this drive. But as you watch her go, her right rear leg wants to hit and funnel down. She doesn't want to put as much pressure on it as she ought to. Wants to put too much pressure on the outside of her toe bed and not right on the bottom of her foot like we'd like to see him do. But that's an interesting top three pair of gilts in this heavyweight class. Young lady's gilt here that comes down next, one that's got a bunch of muscle, a bunch of rib. The parts in our pieces don't blend and tie quite as nicely everywhere. I like to throw some fat on her, make her tie a little nicer right between her ham-loin junction, then right behind her blade. Young lady's all black gilt that leaves the ring. Back 2/3 of that gilt are sound. She's got a great hip and hind leg in her. Wants to run too far downhill. Gets a little forward in her shoulder as well. Stouting that one up at the ground. The flighty-eared gilt that comes next, one that's got some rib shape and muscle. I appreciate the freshness that they got in this one from a skin and hair perspective. Not as youthful, not as neat up front compared to some of these others. Young man's red gilt that we round our class off with is one that's fundamental in her general makeup. I'm guessing she got thrown into the crosses because of her white feet. This one's good from the side. I just got to see her go with more power off of either end of her skeleton. But a nice red gilt to round off a good class of crosses.
Okay, we're going to show for lightweight crossbred gilt champion. If you're a second in the class, make your way to the ring. In class 38, class winner Savannah Bordner. Class 39, Lauren Weaver. Class 40, Emily Wagner. Class 41, Wyatt Carmack. Second place, crossbred gilts, lightweight crossbred gilts need to make their way to the ring. Class 38, Macy McElrath. Class 39, Ethan Nelson. Class 40, Evan Johnson. Class 41, Cole Rush. Be making your way to the show ring, please.
You guys could please put your hands together for our class winners out of the lightweight division of our gilt show, the crossbred side. Talking real briefly, young lady in the long sleeve shirt that we showed right before lunch. I mean, this one's very unique. This is one that would have made one heck of a barrel from a market kind of a way to view things. I mean, this one's heavy duty in her skeleton. She's got all kinds of power off of both ends. I mean, that's a unique little gilt. I don't know however big that one's going to get, and that's where I'd probably question her. But within her particular class, she was the best one. Same to be said, almost same exact story here for the young ladies gilt that comes out of our next class. One that's got all kinds of bone and all kinds of foot size. At her drive, she was the squarest one. She was the one that balanced the best. Again, I don't know how big that one's going to get. I'd like to make them bigger. But again, we got to study hind leg, and we got to make sure that we're finding the best ones. That's what we just tried to do. Gilts that come in our third and our fourth class are similar in the way that they're constructed also. You got the young ladies gilt over here to my right that maybe doesn't have all the freshness and the extra look that we're maybe trying to find, but at the same time, she's so balanced and so good-footed. Feet and legs and structure, she can get out there and motor and handle that very, very well, in my opinion. Then you got the young man's gilt there on the far side of the ring. You got her that has maybe just a shade more muscle than the other gilt, but maybe doesn't handle her back wheel just quite as nicely as the young ladies gilt, and for that reason, we're using the young ladies for your champion lightweight. Congratulations to her.
Champion lightweight crossbred gilt, Emily Wagner. We will need Evan Johnson, second place, lightweight cross gilt out of class 40. Heavyweight, class winners, class 42, Caleb Myers. And class 43, Keaton Meek, be bringing your class winners to the show ring.
Bring out that sandy color gilt that stood second to our champion. And I like this gilt a good deal from a center body point of view. She got depth of heart, depth of rib, depth of flank, and those are all feminine good qualities we try to find in our gilts. I think she pushes the gilt that we're going to use for reserve. However, the gilt that we use for reserve most closely follows our class winner just in type and kind and general build. Young man in the red shirt is going to have your reserve light. Congratulations.
Reserve champion lightweight gilt is Wyatt Carmack. I think we're ready.
Class 43 results, commercial gilts, heavyweight. First place, Keaton Meek. Second, Sydney Bordner. Third, Mackenzie Anderson. Fourth, Amber Bushman. Fifth, Megan Herr. Sixth, Evan Crowell. Seventh, Titus Kilty.
Okay, we're ready to show for champion heavyweight crossbred gilt, class 42, Caleb Myers. And class 43, Keaton Meek.
Got a good pair of gilts out here for our champion heavyweight division drive. And they're very different. I mean, it doesn't take the brightest bulb in the barn to find the one that's a little bit different out here. I guess we've got a pair of gilts that are assembled differently. At the same time, our fundamentals are good. Our fundamentals are checked off. I like the one that I read as being more feminine. I like her as being more youthful. I read her as being sounder. Young man's gilt here to my left. He's going to be our champion. Congratulations.
Champion heavyweight crossbred gilt, Caleb Myers. Madison Wagner will be now going in for reserve champion heavyweight gilt. What class? Class 44, home born and raised gilts. Class 44, home born and raised gilts. Be making your way to the show ring.
bringing the belted gilt out here to be in contention for reserve. And I think that she pushes the gilt. The other class winner out here, we talked this one in her particular class, like the extension that she offers, the depth of rib and depth of body. I like to fix her in her hock. I like to clean her up in her joints. I feel like the hip and the hind leg is better in the young man's belt, or the black-headed gilt over here. No, she's not one to act the best, but she's going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Reserve champion heavyweight crossbred gilt, Keaton Meek. We will now show for champion crossbred gilt. Home class 44, home born and raised gilts. Make your way to the show ring. Audrey Nelson, Hunter Simpson, Lauren Weaver, Katie Kleckner. For those of you asking, we will be doing the grand gilt drive after class 44, the home born and raised gilts. If you had a champion gilt, start working your way to the ring. And then we will be doing grand burial after that. Then we'll go into showmanship. And then mini 4-H'ers will be towards the end, after showmanship. All right, to start, are we ready? Champion lightweight commercial gilt, Emily Wagner. And champion heavyweight commercial gilt, Caleb Myers.
My compliments to our lightweight winner and our heavyweight winner. You know, we talked the lightweight winner almost to exhaustion. I'm sure you guys all know what we're going to say about these two, but the one that's right out here in front of me, the young ladies, hip and hind leg placement and soundness of feature, and at the same time, just being a gilt that's basic and good in her build. You know, you can't really get beat down often by gilts that start with a skeleton like that. So my compliments on bringing one that's just good made, sound, basic. Is she quite as unique? You know, maybe not. But at the same time, that's an awfully nice gilt from a feet and leg perspective. That one you can go out on the sell lot, and she's probably going to look exactly the same here in the next 30 days. Then you've got the blue gilt that comes out of the heavyweight division. Love the profile this one's able to offer. Love the look and the femininity and the extension. She's going to be your champion gilt. Congratulations, young man.
Champion crossbred gilt is Caleb Myers. Keaton Meek will show for reserve.
Black-headed gilt here that comes out. You talk about one that's just massively constructed, heavy duty there in her bone work, square built. Only thing I'd change about her, I'd shove her shoulder back more towards her forerib. That's an awfully nice gilt. Big, chunky, big-bodied, most closely follows our champion. Congratulations to the young man.
Reserve crossbred Gilt goes to Keaton Meek. We will now be getting ready for our grand Gilt drive. We need champion Gilts to make your way to the ring. Champion Breed Gilts, make your way to the ring. Berkshire Gilts, Lauren Spessard, Chester White, Cooper Welk. Duroc, Lauren Bush. Hampshire Gilt, Megan Wagner. Hereford Gilt, Savannah Bordner. Landrace, Lauren Weaver. Poland China, Jonathan Haygood. Spot, Sarah Jones. Tamworth, Katie Kleckner. Yorkshire, Keegan Sheese. And Champion Cross, Caleb Myers. Be making your way to the show ring. If you're a reserve breed champion Gilt, be ready to come on up. Class 44 is getting ready to go in the ring. And then after that, we will have our Grand Champion Gilt Drive.
Chromed up gilt's the one that we start with here on the homegrown side of things, and I realize that this is the gilt that's just the one that brings the most product to the table in terms of base width and bone work and top shape and squareness. It's just the best one in this particular drive. That's a nice homegrown gilt. My compliments to the young lady. Good gilt here that we put into second. Just a little plainer in the way that she's assembled, not as heavy duty in her bone work, not as big in her foot size compared to the gilt there that we used to win the class. Gets a little plainer up high. That's a good basic, good fundamental gilt that I felt was square. I thought she was the second most three-dimensional one in this particular drive. The young man's gilt here that comes next, very fresh and very well prepared. You know, my compliments to him to get one to have good skin and hair. I know that can be a tough struggle, especially on an all-white one. So my compliments there. Gets a little peak up there in her shoulder blade. Wants to funnel up instead of open up as she comes down. Oh, that's a nice gilt from the side. You see a shot more body. Gilt that's right here in front of me, the gilt that's in 4. If you're going to move her up a spot, I won't argue with you too much. I just thought that was a nice gilt. Not quite as unique, not quite as attractive up front compared to those other 3. Nice gilt though. Good class of homegrown gilts.
Are we ready? Okay. Grand Gilt Drive. We're going to start in alphabetical order. Champion, Berkshire Gilt, Lauren Spessard. Champion, Chester White Gilt, Cooper Welk. Champion, Duroc Gilt, Lauren Bush. Champion, Hampshire Gilt, Megan Wagner. Champion, Hereford Gilt, Savannah Bordner. Champion, Landrace Gilt, Lauren Weaver. Champion, Poland China Gilt, Jonathan Haygood. Champion, Spot Gilt, Sarah Jones. Champion, Tamworth, Katie Kleckner. Champion, York Gilt, Keegan Sheese. Champion, Crossbred Gilt, Caleb Myers. Champion, Born and Raised, Lauren Weaver. I need reserve champions to make your way to the ring. Reserve champion Gilts, make your way to the ring. Champion Berkshire Gilt, Emily Johnson. Reserve champions, Chester White, Clayton Wright. Reserve Duroc, Riley Lanham. Reserve Hamp, Katie Kleckner. Reserve Hereford, John Beal. Reserve Landrace, Ashley Bushman. Reserve Poland China, Aaron Scott. Reserve Spot, Mackenzie Anderson. Reserve York, Maddie Sheese. Reserve Cross, Keaton Meek. Reserve Born and Bred, Audrey Nelson.
Okay, Melissa. Well, looks like we're getting toward the final strokes here.
Yes, we are. We're actually in the Grand Drive right now. And just to go back over what the announcer said, and I know we are able, with the magic of technology and Russ's handiwork, we're able to hear everything that's going on in the ring, so that makes it fantastic. But we're going to try and listen to the judge talk here real quick.
Okay.
But I also want to give a shout out to our breed champions. But I think he's got his mind made up, so we're going to listen to him real quick and see who our grand is.
This will be very important.
I think they all offer quality within each breed, and that's really what we have to do. We got to study them for what they are, breed for breed, and where they bring back quality traits that we can build upon and move forward with. That's what we want to do. We want to take gilts that move the breed forward. That we want to make livestock better. We don't want to go backwards. It's hard enough to go forward. We don't want to take steps backwards. So I think you guys have done a great job. I think the gilt show is strong. I think even the breeds that maybe didn't have as much competition within each class, you drive them out here and you see where they fit right in the mix. I mean, we've got a handful of them that I think are high-quality livestock. I think we've got gilts that are sound, that complete, they're functional in the way that they're assembled. I think there's one out here that's awfully impressive. In my opinion, I think there's a gilt out here that just kind of reaches above and beyond everything else that's in this particular drive. I'm going to go shake the hand of your Grand Champion gilt. If you could, please put your hands together one last time for these gilt exhibitors.
Grand Champion Gilt, Lauren Bush. Riley Lanham will now show for a reserve Grand Champion.
I thought our champion was really special. I feel like that one's got brood style potential just written all over her from top to ground, from top to bottom. That was just an excellent Duroc Guild in my opinion. I think there's another one out here that pushed our champion within her breed. She came out of a tough division. I feel like this one is ultra good as well. Young man's Yorkshire Gill right out here in front of me. He's going to be here reserved. Congratulations to him.
Reserve Grand Champion Gilt goes to Keegan Sheese.
Okay, a couple very important announcements there.
Yeah, we've got our grand and we've got our reserve. Now, what a lot of counties are doing, and he's getting ready to talk about this, they will actually pick 3rd, 4th, and 5th in the grand drive. So we'll listen to that, and we'll have all 5.
Okay.
We've got results out here that I think breed for breed are excellent. This last time I'll touch the microphone during the guild show. We'll set the microphone down again. Thank you for the opportunity to come out here and judge your guilds. I'm looking forward to sorting through your Grand Champion Barra Drive as well.
Third overall is Caleb Myers with the Champion Crossbred Gilt. Fourth overall is Riley Lanham with the Reserve Champion Duroc. And 5th overall is the Champion Hereford Gilt from Savannah Bordner. We're going to do some pictures in the ring, but Champion Barrow winners, be ready to come on up.
Okay, Melissa, what do you think?
I was pretty impressed with the fact that he actually looked through all the breeds before he did pick his champions. Grand Champion Gilt went to Lauren Bush, and she was showing a Duroc.
Yeah, he was pretty impressed with that one.
Yeah, he has, and he's watched Lauren, and he's liked pretty much everything that she's shown, but definitely that Duroc caught his eye early on. Reserve went to Keegan Sheets with his Yorkshire, beautiful specimen of a gilt, just very wide, very square across her quarters, and excellent choice for a reserve grand.
And sometimes these winners go on to win state, don't they?
Yes, they do. They do. And most of the time, most gilts they don't sell. Gilts will actually go back into their programs.
Yeah, they're pretty valuable.
Yeah, I know that Lauren and Keegan both are. I believe Lauren's either a junior or a senior. I'll have to look. And Keegan as well is up there. So whether or not this is something that they raise at home. Now I know Lauren, they raise hogs at home, so it's a good possibility that Duroc Gilt's going to go back home and into the program. Caleb Myers had the champion crossbred, so he was picked 3rd overall in the Gilt show. Riley Lanham, and this is rare, but he actually picked the reserve Duroc, the one that finished underneath our Grand Champion Gilt. He actually picked her for 4th overall. So it's rare that a reserve comes back up into the champion drive and wins. Usually it's picked from all the champions of the breeds. So that one there but I can't argue with him. It was an excellent gilt, and I can see why he put her into the top 5. And then Savannah Bordner, who was the FFA and 4-H member that we talked to earlier, she came in 5th overall with her champion Hereford gilt. So a great grand drive for the gilts. Right now they're bringing up the champions for the barrow drive while they're getting all the pictures and all the hooplas going on right now, all the celebrating and everything in the ring. While we're waiting on that to finish up, they get all those championship pictures. Just a reminder, this is who's coming up for Grand Champion Drive with the barrows. It is Clayton Schaefer, had champion Berkshire. Wyatt Anderson had Chester White. Riley Lanham had champion Duroc, so she's going to be back up here again. She's got a quick turnaround. Get those pictures, get that reserve gilt back out there, and then come back. So Colby Butcher had Hampshire. John Haggard had Hereford. Grace O'Neill had Landrace. Keaton Meeks had Spot. Hunter Simpson had Yorkshire. And Clayton Wright had Cross, lightweight. Keegan Scheist had medium cross weight, and then Keegan Scheist also had the heavyweight. Now those three went together, for cross champion, and I do not have that information. I will get that information so I know who the actual cross champion was out of those three, but I believe it was Keegan Sheets, if I remember right. And homegrown was Aaron Scott. So they'll be coming back up for the Grand Barrow Drive here in just a bit. Like I said, we can see the flashes going off, even not even looking at the ring, because they're getting all the gilt pictures for all the different breeds and the top 5 champions here at the Carroll County 4-H Fair.
By the way, the name of our judge this year, I believe, was Nathan Day, if I heard that correctly.
Yes, that is correct. And he is actually a graduate of Lewis Cass High School. And he's returned home, I guess, in a way. I mean, he's only one county away from home. He has never judged here at Carroll County before, so this is the first time for him to come back here and judge. But he did graduate from Lewis Cass, so he's an Indiana boy.
Indeed. Well, we appreciate you joining us here for the Swine Show at Carroll County. It's now about 1:28 on July the 20th. It would have been even more of a sizzler if it wasn't interrupted by some showers, heavy ones at that. We never had any electric power outages, which we were thankful for.
Yeah, with all the lightning and the strong winds that we had, we got very fortunate with all of that. It's starting to heat up out there now, though. That sun is out and it is bright. While they're taking pictures, they're feeding the object of the picture. Is kind of funny, and keeping that gilt in pretty happy for the picture. Yeah, you got to keep them happy, and that's really the only way you're going to keep them to get them to stand still, because their nature is to root, and when they root, they're going to just follow the trail. So they're going to root all through the shavings out there if you don't put a bucket in front of them. And then you pull the bucket away really quickly, and they look up for a good picture, and the pig's just wondering where the bucket went, and that's why they're looking up. But it makes for a good picture. That's funny. Next time you see a really good picture of a barrow or a gilt, they're just looking at the bucket. Yep, that's exactly right. They're looking for the food source. I know when we would take pictures of my kids, we would always wave marshmallows in front of them, and that's how we would get them to look up. Uh-huh. That's also a trick when you want them to, because you want them to keep their head up in the ring, so the judge can get a good front view, and that's also a trick. You can put a marshmallow inside the pipe or whatever you're judging with. We're going to try and see if we can grab our superintendent here real quick. Here you go. You can take my headset. While he's kind of taking a break here real quick. Hang on just a second. Being the superintendent and what this program means to you as far as coming from an administrative side of it. I can try. Alrighty. We're not on camera, so you don't have to worry about it. Okay. Russ may change that, but right now we're trying to keep the camera out there on all the kids. So introduce yourself. I'm Melissa Miller with Shine 99. I'm also with FFA and 4-H at Clinton County, so I'm familiar with a lot of the kids here, and I enjoy coming up here to watch this show. It is, in my mind, and nobody at Clinton County yell at me, but Carroll County has the strongest swine show in the state of Indiana, and that's just coming from my experiences of traveling. So let everybody know what it's like being superintendent for such a huge show.
Yeah, my name is Keith Thackeray. I've been the superintendent here at Carroll Consolidated Schools since January 1st. It's been very exciting to come in and start a new job, new position in such a great community. Everybody's welcomed me with open arms and just been very supportive. And what's most exciting to me being at Carroll is just the amount of support that I see in the community for our kids at school, and just making sure that our students have what they need here in Carroll. Coming out to the fair like this it's very similar to where I came from. I grew up in Hancock County. They have a big Hancock County fair, which is very similar in demographics as Carroll. So it's just like coming home when I come here to Carroll and just get to see all the people involved. Today here, obviously for the hog show, and just I've never got a chance to announce at a hog show, so this is a great opportunity for me too. I think ultimately what I love seeing is as I see all the people out here participating, just getting a chance to see the students maybe outside of the classroom and getting to see some of the things that they are interested in, and that you know that they worked a long time for, and they put a lot of time and effort into taking care of their hogs and so forth, and getting them ready for this show today. And you can see that they are really excelling today, and you see that they're putting their best foot forward today, and just a lot of success that they've had. And you just know that the character that they're building and the discipline that they're building, just all those positive traits that you want to see in your schools and students, it's being reflected out here in the 4-H arena, and it's just very exciting for me to see all that just coming together.
So coming into the school district, you're kind of hitting the ground running, actually, because we aren't that far from school starting. I mean, it actually starts in what, 2, maybe 3 weeks at the most?
Yeah, we're going to be starting August 9th here, so it's right around the corner, and doesn't even really feel like we've had a summer, because things have been moving so quickly. But I guess it's been a real advantage to me to be able to come in January 1st and kind of get to know the school system and know the people here, and so it really, I think, it's helped prepare me to be able to ready to lead as we go into this next school year. So I'm looking forward to all the exciting things, all the exciting programs that we have in place.
Well, and I know just from what I've heard from the kids and from the teachers and everything, they're very excited that you're here. They love what you've done so far. Like I said, you had to hit the ground running. You didn't really have a chance to, like a whole summer, to get acclimated. You hit the ground at the beginning of the year and just got shoved right into it. But they're very happy with everything you've done. They look forward to the future with you, and I congratulate you on that, because that's hard to do. That's hard to come in like that and be a positive force just right from the very beginning.
Well, it has been very exciting for me, and I'm glad or thanks for the kind words. And you know, I just get excited about challenges that we have, and then just how we problem solve and work together to make the best programs for our kids. And I'll tell you what, I've got such a great administrative staff, great teachers here at Carroll, and obviously we see the greatness of our kids, and you can just tell the parents have raised their kids very well here in Carroll, and it really makes our job a lot easier, and it just makes it that much more exciting when you get to just kind of get to dig in and work with them side by side.
Yeah. I'm going to let you get back to your job, and I know I took you away from it, but we're in the grand drive now, and I'll let you get back to it. Thank you so much for talking to us, and congratulations and good luck with everything that you're doing.
Thank you very much.
Champion Cross, Keegan Sheese. Champion Home Born and Raised, Aaron Scott.
you guys could, please congratulate our Barra champions out here one more time for me, please. I love the grand drive of shows. I think it's the pinnacle of the show. It's what everybody worked towards. It's what everybody's goes down to the barn early in the morning and stays down there late at night trying to accomplish. We don't try to get third. We don't try to get fourth. We try to go out here and we try to win. And so I think it's so good that you have so many kids that want to be competitive. You can tell, you can see the ones that want to win. They want to be competitive. They want to show off what they've worked towards this summer. And I can dang sure tell you that this project didn't start a couple weeks ago just trying to get them ready for the fair. I mean, the elite ones that are out here, this started months ago. This might have started, 6, 8, 10 months ago when they maybe decided what to breed the projects to, or talked with the breeder, or decided what their goals were for 2017. So to have it culminate into the Grand Champion Barra Drive, that's really what it's all about. I love this part of the show. I love showcasing young people's hard work, and I love congratulating them. There's nothing better to me than walking out there and shaking the hand of your Grand Champion Barra, Grand Champion Guild exhibitor, and just seeing their face light up. I mean, that's really what it's all about. That's what makes this thing so fun to do. You guys do a great job as a county. You do a great job raising young people. That's really what it's about. The hugs are secondary. The young people are first. That's what it boils down to. Congratulations as a county. I'm so proud of all of you. Let's give these guys a big round of applause one more time. I'll go slap your Grand Champion barrel.
Grand Champion Barrow goes to Keegan Sheese. We need Keegan Sheese Reserve Champion Barrow in. Our judge today is Nathan Day from Westfield, Indiana. He's a 10-year 4-H member and graduated from Purdue University with a degree in animal science. He and his uncle have 20 show sows, and they've had some tremendous success lately. And he's also the owner and operator of UsedLivestockEquipment.com. Let's thank Nathan for coming and judging our show today.
Bring out our reserve champion crossbred barrel, and it's not missed upon me that that the same showman had your champion crossbred barrel and your reserve champion crossbred barrel. My job here today was to come find the best livestock that I possibly could. Doesn't matter who's driving them, he's going to have reserve as well. Congratulations to him.
Reserve Grand Barrow goes to Keegan Sheese. Third overall goes to the champion Duroc, Riley Lanham. Fourth overall is the champion York, Hunter Simpson. And the fifth overall is the Hamp, Colby Butcher. Congratulations. We're going to get pictures and then we'll be ready for showmanship. We'll be doing senior showman, class 1. We'll be getting ready to show here shortly, but let's get some pictures. Let's wait 5 minutes before we start with senior showman heading to the ring. ROHers, we need you to come up here and see Chris to let her know what you're going to do with your animals, with your pigs. If you haven't done that, please come up here and see Chris and let her know if you're going to go auction, home, or market. Okay, Senior Showman, we're ready for you to start making your way up here. The Class 1 of Senior Showmanship, Katie Kleckner, Avery Royal, Carson Dysinger, Victoria Combs, John Beal, Cameron Gahade, Clayton Wright, Tate Euler, Emily Humbarger. Class 1, Senior Swine Showman, be making your way to the ring. Class 2, be ready.
Welcome to WILOTV.com. And Senior Showman is next. We're going to stick with it right here, Melissa. You say this is one of the more competitive...
Yes, it is. It actually is very competitive. And we actually have the results of the Grand Drive. We had a technical difficulty with our radio broadcast, so we kind of didn't get a chance to talk to it when it was going on. But Grand Drive Barrow, the champion, went to Keegan Sheese with his crossbred, and he also had the reserve crossbred, which was brought in, and he won reserve grand champion as well overall with his reserve crossbred. So there again, we see again another case of where the second place pig came in the breed and also walked away with the grand. So Keegan Sheese, again, champion and reserve overall Grand Drive with both of his commercials. And then Riley Lanham had a great day today. She was reserve with the gilt, and she comes back and has third overall with her Duroc. Fourth overall was Hunter Simpson with his Yorkshire, and fifth overall was Colby Butcher with his Hampshire. So very competitive show today, all the way around. And I can't say that I agree with the judge 100%. He has a little bit different view than I do. I understand how he picks them and why he picks them the way he does. It's just a little different than the way I look at it, and that's fine. It's everybody's opinion, and I'm sure he's a little better judge at it than I am, so we'll go with his opinion.
I'm sure every judge is a little bit different.
It is, and you'll have judges that will actually come out and they will say, it is my opinion on this given day, and to see the same animals in a week, he might change his mind. But today is the day of the show. Today is the day that he is judging, and overall he was very consistent. Very consistent.
I don't want to say it's like watching sausage being made, but there has to be a certain amount of just gut intuition.
I think so.
You can't measure with a caliper, and it's a look and a feel and a feeling, I'm sure. And
especially with the Barrow show, the market show is considered, you're trying to judge what that animal is going to market out as. So what you see while it's walking around and what it's going to look like hanging in the shop.
He's looking at bacon and ham and...
Yeah, exactly. And that's a little harder to judge when it's on foot. A little different than when you're judging the actual cuts of meat. So that to me is probably tougher than judging the gilt show, just because the gilts, you're looking at them as a reproductive end of it. You're looking at them as putting them back into a program, and furthering the growth of that program by producing good babies and strong babies and being good mothers and being able to take care of them. And the longevity, are you only going to get 1 litter out of that gilt, or are you going to get 10 litters out of that gilt? So,
and maybe even how large will the litter be?
Yeah, average litter is usually around 10. I mean, they can go way up. I know.
Landrace is particularly high, isn't it?
Landrace is a little higher, and they're also very, very good mothers. Excellent mothers. In fact, even when we were raising, my husband and I raised crossbreds, we would always try to make sure there was some landrace in there just because they, one, have larger litters, but two, they're just such great mothers. They have a good disposition, and a lot of times when you get on YouTube and you see those videos of pigs raising other animals or whatever, and you see different animals doing that kind of thing, it's because of that motherly instinct that they have. And landrace, they're very protective. You don't get in with them. You do not. I mean, they will take you down if you try to get in with their babies. But that's another reason why they're such good mothers. They're very protective as well. We are looking at senior showmen. This is rare. I have never seen a county start out with the older ones. Usually you start out with beginners.
With the top showman of the fair right here.
Exactly, and whoever wins senior showman will actually go on, and here they call it royal showman instead of supreme like we have in Clinton County. So
we can go ahead and do you have any summary before we listen to him?
No, let's listen to him and what he critiques them on. And I do know we have 4 classes, I believe 3 or 4 classes of seniors, so it's huge here. Showmanship is huge.
Class 2, senior swine showman, making their way to the ring.
Just doing some preparation work now for the first round of senior showmen, and as Melissa said, it's very.
Emily Homburger, I am told we still need you up here for class 1 of senior showmanship.
Several classes of the senior showman.
Yeah,
alone.
we have 3 classes of seniors. We have 3 classes of intermediates.
There might be 20 just going for the senior showman, perhaps.
Oh yeah, easily, because I'm going to say there's 8 to 10 kids in each class. So it's, I don't think, honestly, I don't think I have ever seen this many seniors judging, or being judged, I guess, in showmanship.
We're going to stick with it, even though technically we just wanted to cover the swine show. Now we have the grand champion barrow and gilt. We're going to stick with this because this is such a competitive show.
Well, and it's just plain fun. It's fun to watch these kids. They've worked so hard.
I love their eye contact, their intensity.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And
their ability to control or try to control the hog, because that hog knows where the gate is, right?
Oh yeah. By this time, with being shown all day long, and the fact that it's also, like I said, with the bright sunlight out there, you can tell it's starting to heat up. We're very lucky. We have fans up here moving the air around up here on the stage. But
okay, I think we're ready for class 1.
Here we go.
Senior showmanship. Class 2, your name has been called and you need to be making your way to the ring.
It looks like our judge, Nathan Day, will also be making a decision on this one as well.
I know it's starting to heat up a little bit in the barn, so we're going to move through this as efficiently as we can, but yet at the same time, still give everybody a fair shot and a fair shake out here. So for senior showmanship, again, we got to make sure that all the most basic showmanship things are covered just right out of the gate. Those shouldn't even cross most of our senior showmen's mind. It should just be, at this point in their career, it should just come second nature to them. Had a couple little mishaps there when we stepped through the gate. A couple of them let themselves on out before I turned them on out. Make sure you're watching me. I'm the one that's kind of in control at this moment. So I'm the one letting you out. Make sure you're doing that. A handful of others do a great job. I'd probably hold your utensil, buddy, maybe just a little bit differently. Get a better grip on that thing. Hold it like it's not going to run away from you. There you go. And then there's another one. A young man there on the far side does a nice job with his bear as well. He's got behind me once or twice, but always trying to stay there right out there in front of me. Maybe control wasn't just quite there, but a handful of others did an excellent job. Good first class of senior showman.
Well, Melissa, he didn't. Did he pick out?
Yeah, he picked a couple out, and what he's done is he is actually
just two of the 7 or so.
Yeah, he took 2 out of that class of 8. He has kept them. He'll bring them back in when he does champion senior. Right now, we're getting ready to take class 2 out into the ring. Class 3 is supposed to be on their way up to the holding pen. But Class 2 consists of Megan Herr, Haley Smith, Ashley Bushman, Megan Wagner, Keaton Meeks, Savannah Bordner, Jonathan Haygood, Lauren Bush, and Bryant Mays. And I recognize a lot of those names. I have seen these kids show. So this next group that's coming out is going to be an even tighter class to pick from than what the first group was. And then he'll do the same. He'll pick a couple out of there.
Tighter class because?
Just from what I've seen, my observations of them, and experience, I believe. You know, not to say anything against the kids that just were in that first class of seniors, but I'm just a lot more familiar with the kids that are in this second class and what I've seen them do, not only here but also at the state level as well.
Well, here we go, and we'll put it on the PA mic, and then what the judges' comments will be after he keeps a sharp eye out for these. By the way, he doesn't want him to open the gate until he tells him. He doesn't want the animal to go behind him. He wants a firm grip on the stick. He wants, obviously, the eye contact.
Well, and they have to make sure they open their gate themselves. They have to make sure they shut their gate themselves, because if they don't shut it and somebody else's pig that's already out in the ring gets in there, then it just makes it even more difficult for them to show.
Notice how you don't have your back to the judge either. Right.
You try not to keep your bag. You also try to keep the pig in front of you, between you and the judge, and you don't want to be too close. You want to give him room to be able to watch. You're not only showing off your best assets as a showman, but you're also still showing that pig, because that's how he judges you and how well you show. And I know some of the pigs are starting to, you can see it, they're starting to get a little cantankerous. It's because it is heating up, and they're tired. It's been a long day. They started this show at 7 o'clock this morning, and depending on whether they've got a barrow out there that's had some rest, or if they are coming back with a gilt, and it looks like a lot of them are, then they're bringing in an animal that's tired because it's been out showing.
I have a sneaking suspicion there are some parents in Carroll County that have been fake judges, and you prayed.
That's exactly right. When you walk them at home, you usually have somebody there watching you and helping guide you. And
you get that eye contact going and
yeah,
pretend.
definitely. And you want to make sure that you keep an eye. It's hard. Pigs to me are the easiest breed to show, but they're also the hardest breed to show, because it doesn't take much for them to get away from you.
They are very independent, aren't they?
They're very independent, and you not only do you have to, make sure that you're getting your animal where the judge can get a good look at it, but you also have to keep an eye on the judge so that you know that if he tells you to go put yourself in a pen, that you get there right away. You have to keep that eye contact, and there are a couple of girls out there that I know are very, very good at it. And
yeah, I think he just sequestered a couple of them.
Yeah, he has.
She was whipping that thing around, sometimes not even touching.
Right, and I knew Lauren would probably be one of them. I didn't know who else he would pin, if anybody, but I knew he would definitely pin Lauren Bush. She's just been that good.
Number 7.
Yep, and he's putting Savannah Bordner. That was the other one that I knew for sure. That would, within reason of what I know of them and their showmanship and what they've done at the state level. So he actually picked 3 out of that class.
Well, it's like you predicted. This was a more competitive class, so instead of 2, he picked 3.
Yeah, 2 out of the 3. And if I'm not mistaken, I can't see her number from here, but I'm almost going to say that is.
Let's get his comments.
Yeah.
The rest of the pack. So I think 4 of them do an awesome job. Young lady right here in front of me is kind of honorable mention. Didn't quite get her gate quite shut just quite all the way as she was bringing her gild out. Actually, the next exhibitor over, when she opened and closed her gate, it ended up dropping the pin for her. So kind of got lucky as far as that goes. But want to make sure that we make sure we're slamming those gates, getting them done. If we don't do that at home, then we can have a pretty major mistake or pretty big accident if we don't shut the gates at home. So that's kind of why we want to make sure we're doing that. And showmanship, my compliments to the 4 of them that we got out here. If you guys could, please give them a nice round of applause as they go back to the barn.
Okay, we're ready for Class 3 of Senior Swine Showmanship. Class 4 Senior Swine Showman. Be making your way to the show ring. Caleb Myers, Michael O'Neill, Coy Myers, Alan Bushman, Wyatt Carmack, Sydney Bordner, Wyatt Anderson, Kristen Buck. Be making your way to the show ring for Class 4 Senior Swine Showman.
Well, Melissa, do you have anything new for us?
Well, the one thing with, he just mentioned that there's Class 4 of Senior Showmanship. And, paperwork-wise, what they handed out at the beginning of the show, the kids that had already signed up for Showmanship before we even started this thing, there were only 3 classes. So that gives you an idea that there's another 8 to 10 kids that signed up for Showmanship before.
How does this compare to Clinton County? I mean, how many participated in the Swine Showman?
Well, they do theirs a little differently here, and our beginning Showmanship is huge. You're going to have 3-4 classes of beginners and even into juniors and intermediates. And then it starts kind of dwindling down because for us, it's not only age, but you can win to advance. So even if you're not in that age category, but if you win beginner, then you can move up to junior.
So you could have a very young Supreme Showman.
You can, and that's where we've had that. In fact, this past year we had 2 or 3 kids that were either going into their freshman or sophomore year, and so they were like 7 and 8 year members instead of seniors. So
do they have the same rule here? If you win, you're done. You can't participate anymore.
I believe the way theirs works is if you win the Royal, you can't participate.
Right. Yeah.
But you can still come back as a senior and
if you win Swine first.
Yeah. You have to compete again, all over again.
The Supreme Showman and Royal are the same.
Yes.
That's the top.
Right.
That's with all species.
Exactly. Well, here in Carroll County, it's only with sheep and cattle and hogs.
3 instead of 5.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, they
eliminate the horses and the goats.
Right. Yeah, they don't do 5 like Clinton County. So, but it's kind of interesting that they actually start out with the seniors. There is no advancement. That means that if you're showing in intermediate, then you don't advance to the senior. You can only win that 1 year. And with Clinton County, if you win, say, junior showmanship, you can go into intermediate, or any intermediate can go to senior. And then we also have what we call master showman. So anyone who has won senior showmanship in Clinton County has to compete in masters in order to go on to the Supreme. So definitely showmanship is different in every county. It's adopted differently, and of course it's different at the state fair as well. They actually have breed showmanship there.
You sure can see that eye contact going on and the light taps, trying to gently persuade the animals to stay away from the gate and stay reasonable distance from the judge.
Yeah, exactly. And he's been working this group. He's having a little harder time picking out of this group.
Yeah, it's been a little bit longer than normal. He was trying to cut it short because of the temperature.
Right.
But I'm sure he wants to come out with a good decision.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and they're moving back the previous ones that have been picked. They're moving their back because of having so many seniors and having that 4th class. He's not going to have any place to pin anybody until they get them back into these holding pins, and that's what they're working on right now, is getting the kids moved back so that he can pin his picks out of this 3rd class.
You can tell this isn't these 4-H'ers' first rodeo.
No, definitely not. Senior runs is your high school kids. This is freshmen and up, age-wise, so you're going to have kids of all ages in that group, and it definitely, and age really is not so much the big category of it as it is just maturity and a lot of hard work.
Do they have the QA on the Royal?
Yes, they will have a Q&A on the Royal here as well. In fact, I think you'll see, I'll be really surprised.
She's smiling.
If he doesn't ask some questions after he gets narrowed down.
Just kind of caught her in a couple spots. There's some awkward interactions as far as knowing where other hogs were in the ring. Learning to get a little close to me at times, and then just got a little further away. But as far as the way that she goes about her business, her posture, the way she utilizes the utensil, very appropriate. Does a great job as far as that goes. My heart goes out to her. I know it's a tough deal. You did a really nice job. Again, so that was kind of the honorable mention deal. Good class of showman. Let's give a nice round of applause as they go on back.
Well, Melissa, this is what you call a long day at the office.
Definitely. I'm kind of glad we had that rain earlier because, like you said, it did kind of help keep things cooled off as well. But had this started on time and we not getting that rain, it would be miserable for our showmen and our animals at this point. That 100. I don't know if we'll hit that 100-degree heat index that they were talking about now since we had that rain shower come through, but hopefully not. Hopefully not.
They are quite skilled at locking those gates. You can tell they have practiced that.
Well, and honestly, you'll be surprised. I don't think a lot of people realize that these kids will actually practice this. They'll come in the evenings
and open, close.
Well, they'll come in with their animals too.
I noticed the last one.
They'll actually work the ring.
He wasn't even looking at it when he closed it. He was looking at his animal, and he was doing it by feel.
Yep, exactly. And like I said, every county does it differently, so it makes it kind of interesting as to how they run their showmanship classes. But I honestly think this is, and I go to a lot of county fairs, and I honestly think that this is the first one that I have ever gone to that actually started out with senior. And I need to talk to the station real quick, so I'm going to turn this back to you.
Very good. You're joining us for Swine Showmanship. This is the senior level for that, and we're just hanging with it here. We already completed the Swine Show, the Grand Champion Gilt and Grand Champion Barrel has already been decided, and we'll recap that before we go off the air on shine99tv.com. If you have anybody that's interested in watching the Swine Showman at Carroll County, be sure and give them a call, send them a text message that we are right here at www.shine99tv.com. www.shine99tv.com. We will also have this uploaded in archive on the channel as well, and you can find that over on the right-hand side on the scroll portion for your archive, and it'll be labeled it's probably Swine Show and Showmanship 2017, made possible by our sponsors, including Matthews Buildings, right there by Middle Fork, and WLC, a few miles down the road toward the west at Sedalia, Man Chevrolet Buick GMC Inc., now in Delphi, they used to be in Flora, and Parrots Meat Processing and Catering, and also Ike and Barry Fine Furniture and Tri Green.
Really close. And lady here to my right did a nice job with her gilt. Didn't get her gate all the way latched over there. But nice job there, no doubt. I mean, you can tell she knows how to drive one. Same to be said for the young lady driving the Red Baron. She does an excellent job for me as well. Maybe got a little further away at times than our other two showmen did, but man, she does a great job. Also, young man over here to my left does a nice job as well. So if you guys could, please put your hands together. Congratulate them as they go on back.
Okay, we're going to be ready for Champion Senior Showman Drive. In the first heat of Class 1, we have Carson Dysinger and Cameron Gahabe. Okay, in the second class of Senior Swine Showman, Megan Wagner, Savannah Bordner, and Lauren Bush. And in the third class, we have Maddie Sheese and Lauren Weaver. And in the fourth class, we have Caleb Myers and Wyatt Anderson. 1, Intermediate Swine Showmanship. Class 1, Intermediate Swine Showman. Please be coming to the ring. Evan Royal, Corinne Gahabe, Charles Gahabe, Morgan Justice, Emily Johnson, Blair Euler, Amber Bushman. Class 1, Intermediate Swine Showmanship. Be making your way to the ring.
Well, Melissa, what do you think?
I think he's got probably the best of the best out there. Just looking through the crowd, recognizing faces. I've seen these kids not only show here in the past, but I've also seen these kids show at State Fair, and he couldn't have done it any better. He definitely brought out everybody that I would have expected to see in that ring at this point in time.
Not too close, not too far, eye contact.
Yeah, the biggest problem is Carroll County does have a very small show ring. It's not very big, and when you get that many showmen out there, it's hard to showcase your animal. But that's also one of the things that he's looking for. He's looking for that person who can make that determination and decide where that pig needs to go, and you'll see him working the ring. He's not going to stay in one spot. He's going to move around. He's going to make them really work for it. I'll be really surprised if he doesn't ask them questions as well, and he may even have them switch animals. I have seen that in the past with this competition. But yeah, you want to keep your animal out there about anywhere from 6 to 10 feet away from him, but you also want him to be able to get a clear picture.
This isn't even for the Royal Showman. This is just for hogs.
This is just for the honor to get to go to the Royal.
Wow.
So whoever gets picked for this senior showman is the one who gets to go to Royal. Now it's a little different here. They just stop at senior showman here in Carroll County.
He's chasing it to see how she reacts.
Yep, yeah, and honestly, this is what he would do in a regular show anyway. This is how he watches the animals. He looks at how they walk and everything. But this time, he's looking to see how the showman handles him following them and looking at their animal.
Now, the configuration of the hog really at this point doesn't matter.
No, not particularly. I mean, it helps.
Might be a tiebreaker, I suppose.
Well, it helps that you don't have one that gets rowdy. But if they do, he's going to see how you handle it.
What I mean is he's not looking for ham and bacon anymore. He's looking for
he's not judging the pig at all.
Yeah, he's looking at the people.
Yeah, and all he's going to do is judge on how they handle that animal. And if that animal gets a little upset, which we've seen a couple of them do here just this last little bit.
He sees how they soothe them.
Yeah, and how they adjust to that. And, do they lose their cool? Do they get upset? Do they keep calm and just let the animal have their moment and go on from there? He also tries to watch and make sure that they don't interrupt other showmen as well. It's all about respect out there.
Now, I noticed that wherever he goes, I didn't see any behind at all.
No.
They're controlling.
No, they're trying to stay in front of him. They're also trying to be respectful as far as being, giving him some space. And he is going to pick top 3 out of here. But again, the top showman, number 1, will be the one that will go on to show in the Royal. And their Royal Showmanship is actually tonight. Okay. So this person, whoever wins, they've had to already study the other two breeds and anticipate the fact that they might actually win this because there is no study time.
Guys, please congratulate the senior showman that we've got out here in the ring for me, please. It's been a good day. It's been a long day. I know everybody, including myself and the hogs and the exhibitors, are probably starting to wear down a little bit. So this is my third show in 4 days. So I'm starting to feel that a little bit too. So I liken senior showmanship or all showmanship competitions not necessarily to a skill-a-thon. I mean, I know people like to ask questions, and that's fine. I mean, that's their prerogative. But for me, showmanship really boils down to who would I want to be able to drive my animal if I've got one in the grand drive, if I've got one that I need to get noticed, if I've got one that needs to come to the forefront. That, to me, is what makes a great showman, in my opinion. So I think there's a handful of them out here that do a fantastic job. There's a couple of them that our teammates are starting to break down just a shade, but that comes with a long day, and I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that it's 100 degrees in here or whatever it is, and it's pretty warm. And we study the hogs and you study the showmen. They're staying cool and they're staying comfortable. Want to make sure that we keep our animal husbandry in check. Want to make sure we're keeping the livestock nice and cool. So make sure you guys do that when you take them back to your pens. With that being said, senior showmanship is always special to me in our county. Showmanship's a really, really big deal. And when my brother and I were in 4-H, I'll be the first to admit we didn't show the best hogs ever, especially most of my 4-H career. We turned it up a little bit when my brother got in, but we focused really hard on showmanship because we knew that it wasn't always about how good our hogs were. It was about how much work and how much effort we put into it at home. So that's what it boils down to me. Which one would I feel the most comfortable driving? A good one for me. There's one out here that does it just a little better than the rest. Young lady in the green long sleeve, she's going to be your champion senior. Congratulations.
Maddie Sheese is your champion senior swine showman.
The reserve and third, I'm going to pick 3. That's what I was asked to do. I think it got much closer. I think the showman that did it second best for me, just top to bottom, nonstop. I caught her in the fewest awkward positions, had good eye contact. And lady with the Hereford, she's going to be reserved. Congratulations, sir.
Savannah Bordner is your second.
For third, it was closer. We've got a couple of them that do an awesome job. Again, it boils down to who would I want sticking one for me. A young man with the blue gill. He's going to be third. Congratulations to him.
Caleb Myers is your third overall. Congratulations. We are now ready for Class 1 of the Intermediate Swine Showmanship. Class 2.
Well, Melissa, there you have it.
Yeah, definitely. He definitely studied that last group a lot longer. It was a little harder for him to pick those.
There were some really good showmen that weren't even mentioned.
Well, and I had it between Maddie Sheets and Savannah Bordner. I just didn't know which way he was going to go. I knew they were my top picks when it boiled down to it. Caleb Myers came in third, and he did a great job as well. I mean, there's a couple of times when I noticed that he just didn't quite get his pig where it needed to be, and I think that's what it boiled down to. But congratulations to Maddie Sheets for winning Senior Showman, and she will be going on to participate in the Royal Showman tonight. Now, should she choose not to participate in Royal, then that means that would be handed down to Savannah Bordner. That's the way it usually works. But I can't see her not doing it. She's just too good a showman, and I think she'll look forward to that. And I think she'll do a good job. And Savannah's got another year. She's a 9-year member, and she's got one more year. So you can bet she will be back out here next year competing again. So
did you hear this is his third show in 4 days?
Yes, and that's not uncommon.
Wow.
There are not that many livestock judges out there. We are beginning to see some younger judges coming in, and he's not young per se as being still in college. He is out of college, but he's younger than what we normally see, and that's good. We're beginning to see another rise in the livestock industry of people actually wanting to come out and judge and help these kids find the best product for the market. And we're looking at the future of the swine industry out here. Some of these kids, not all of them, there's going to be some that are going to go on and be doctors and nurses and lawyers and everything else, but there are a few out here that are going to impact this industry. And if we don't have judges like this that want to come in here and help these kids make those decisions and show them, what the industry is looking for, then it's hard for them to decide that that's maybe what they want to do on down the road.
So here we go. We are started now in the intermediate.
Yeah, I believe this is intermediate, getting ready to go into the ring. And like I said, it's kind of weird to see this go in reverse.
Yes. How many classes do they have on this?
I have 3, but there again, I had 3 as senior, and we ended up with 4. So
I'll bet you I know why they did the senior first. They wanted the animals as fresh as possible when the stakes are higher.
Well, the other side of it too is that senior showman is the one who has to go tonight, so to give them some time to rest and practice.
Yeah.
If they've not practiced with beef or they've not practiced with sheep, now they got to go find somebody to help them.
That does sound logical.
Yeah.
Now that you think about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they're not done yet, and these in the intermediates will be done, right?
Yeah, and for us in Clinton County, see, all of our 5 main shows are done on Wednesday's the last day, and then Thursday is Supreme. So
and then livestock auction on Friday.
They get 24 hours to actually kind of study and practice. So the kids here in the swine show are a little disadvantaged by having their royal show tonight.
But we'll focus on what's going on the arena.
He's bringing out, he's asking them to bring themselves out just like the seniors did. He's going to watch to make sure that they get their gates closed. Now granted, this is junior high now, is what we're looking at now. So a little bit younger. You're going to see some mistakes made that you not necessarily saw in the senior division, but that's okay. They had the opportunity of watching the seniors, so just like that young lady, she couldn't get her gate. And those things are hard. Sometimes the gates get shifted with everybody bumping against them and the animals and everything. So, and the judge had to shift it in order to make it close. So, but that's one of those things that happens. And depending on what he's looking for at this age, that may or may not count against her in this case. I don't think it will, just because these are the younger kids. And like I said,
in 4 or 5 years, one of these might be the royal.
That's exactly it. They'll be
winner.
In a couple of years, they'll be competing in the senior division and having that opportunity as well. And we're starting to see it. You can see we've got pigs fighting in the ring, so they've got to get them broke up.
Yeah.
They've got to get in between them. They've got to get it broke up.
Get the rodeo clown going here.
They can get mean.
Are those 2 barrows? No, one's a gilt. 2 gilts.
I'm going to say it's 2 gilts. Yeah. Well, it's hot and it's nasty, and depending on the age of the gilt, we're getting very close to breeding time, so that can also play a factor in just being moody.
Interesting.
But definitely the heat is playing a factor. They're getting tired. They're tired of being in the ring, especially the gilts. Like I said, the barrow's got to rest. They got to rest the whole gilt show, so the gilts are going to be tired and they're going to be grouchy.
Those are big animals.
They are big. I'm going to say, and that is not a very big girl out there with that one that decided to start the fight. I'm going to say that's probably about a 250, 260.
Now, is there anything she could have done to avoid the fight early on, nip it in the bud?
Only thing she might have been able to do is if she could have kept it away from the other, get it out by itself. But when you get this many animals in, it's hard to do that. And it's for as little as she is, she had no business trying to break that up. And you can't break it up with your hands. You're just going to get bit.
Yeah, they just put that placard down.
Yeah, that's why they use the herder boards to break that up and separate them. And she's kind of got an attitude. I'm watching her now, and they're going to get into it again.
Yeah, she's trying to keep them separate.
Yeah, they're trying to keep each other.
She might get some points for that.
Yeah, they're trying to get away from each other and stay away from each other. But yeah, it's. And like I said, I think a lot of it factors in right now. We're looking at the weather causing a lot of this. they're hot, they're grouchy, they just want to go back to the pen and chill out and cool out. And being out here in the ring is not their choice. So,
he's kind of like, are you kidding me?
yeah, he's asking some questions. He's going through and he's talking to them, and he's wanting to know about their animals. He's asking to see what they know. You're going to see that more as he gets into the younger ones, because he wants to know what they know.
Here we go. We'll listen to him.
My two exhibitors that we're going to pin over there. I talked to a couple of them about some things that we'd like to change about them. Young lady over here to my right does a really nice job. That gilt's just kind of out here, I think, looking to stir things up just a little bit. Makes things a little tougher for her. Gilt's wanting to move a little quicker. Young lady on the far side does a nice job as well. Maybe gets just a little further away. Young lady with the big Yorkshire gilt, that's a big pig with a little person. That makes things maybe a little tougher sometimes to drive. She does a nice job getting that gilt driven as well. Young lady in the Yorkshire up against the outgate. I talked to her, maybe try to keep her offhand there from pushing on that one's spine quite so much. She does a nice job there nonetheless. Young man here to my backside does a good job as well. So good class. Let's give him a round of applause if you can.
Any observations, Melissa?
Well, our gate man needs to open the gate and let him out now. He's got his two picked. He knows who he liked, and he had them pin themselves, and he gave the kids some good critiques on what they could possibly improve on for next year. And he did cite the fact that two little girls out there, the littlest ones out there that had the big pigs that wanted to fight.
Number 57.
Yeah, that they wanted to fight, and that's not easy when you have to deal with that as well. And then the young lady that's pig likes the ring, actually, doesn't want to leave the ring, and she's having a little difficulty. It's tired, and she's the one who had issues.
It's over in the corner on the left.
Yeah, she had issues with the gate too as well. It's just been a long day, and you can see it on her face. She's tired. It's hot. She's tired. Her pig likes being out here, which is rare. At this point in time, they're ready to go back.
Melissa, she's not done. She is so done.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
there we go.
She's toast. She is definitely toast. So, but the ringmen out here are very important. They help keep these kids safe.
Oh, look at that.
Yep, he's feeling his oats. He's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, he put out his cigarette and stomping it out.
Whoa. That is a barrow, and he's happy. And
you saw some gilts there.
Yeah, well, not so much that as I found the gate to go home. I know exactly where I'm supposed to be.
Yeah. Oh no, this could be difficult all day long here.
Yeah. No. He's just now the trick with this one is because he wants to run.
He is happy.
He is happy. Yes, he is happy. But he's probably had a good rest. That's a barrow, and he's probably had a good rest. He's chilled out. He's got a nice, good drink, and he's been kept cool. And
there's the gate.
Yeah, he'll definitely.
He's got all his friends and buddies.
Yeah, he'll find his way back to the gate, and that's what he's working on now. And that's going to be the trick. His showman's going to have to keep him out away from that gate.
Anticipate.
And I don't think he's going to have much luck. We're getting, as it gets hotter out there and the humidity keeps rising, these pigs are going to be finding that out gate. They're not, and that's one of the things, pigs are smart.
Yep.
They are very smart.
There he goes again.
And there's another one, same thing. So these guys are really feeling their oats now. I'm kind of surprised that this late in the day that they're having so much fun out there running, but it's the barrows that are running. The gilts are taking a short stride. They're not working any harder than they have to.
Well, most likely there's still some pretty good genetics. Right.
Oh yeah, there is. There's good, and up here it's such a competitive show that even if you place last in your class, you still got a good pig.
It'd be the best of a run at Indiana Packers that day.
Oh yeah, definitely. They are not complaining about it being fair time because they get the best of the best when it comes to fair time. And that's one of the things that Indiana Packers is very good about, treating our kids. They make sure that they get the highest price possible and in the auctions, and that's nice. A lot of places are gonna not want to because right now the market's being flooded with all these fairs.
Yeah, they're hoping to sell a lot of bacon this summer, I heard.
Yeah, well, and like I said, with all the fairs, you've got extra pigs hitting the market that
Plus
you don't normally
market,
have.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the market was already being a little bit challenged.
Yes, it was actually. So it's not. It's nice to see that a supplier like that, a packing house, that values what the kids have done and what they've worked hard for, and they always make sure that these kids get a little bit better price than what's normal on the market. So, shout out to Indiana Packers for that. They're great about that.
Parrots, too, is one of our sponsors. We sure appreciate them.
Yeah, and Parrots, actually, they get a lot. They have a lot of hard work ahead of them, because the majority of the pigs that are bought that get sent to Parrots to be processed, because you'll have a lot of buyers that'll actually buy animals and send them to put them in their own freezers.
They'll go to Parrots.
And they'll go to Parrots, and so Parrots has and Parrots gets the leftovers, the ones that the extra ones that the 4-Hers raise that the family's going to put in their freezer. So there's a lot of. I know when we buy our animals in the spring for the 4-Hers to show, we automatically, when we go, we buy them, we bring them home, stick them in the barn, and then we call Parrots. And we make the appointment for August, for those extra animals. So yeah, their Parrots, one of our sponsors, is going to have their hands full with.
Well, the corn was raised by tractors from Tri-Green.
Yep. Exactly.
They were fed with machinery from WLC
exactly. Matthews Buildings put the building up.
Put the building up.
Van Chevrolet and GMC Buick, they provide
the pickup truck to go out and check things out.
Go out and keep them fed.
I can very fine furniture when you're tired and you've had a hard day.
Yeah, there's your recliner.
You plunk down on your recliner.
That's right.
After you've feeding time.
Yeah, our sponsors are not only are they sponsoring the show today, but they also sponsor agriculture in general all the way around.
Let's see what he had to say.
The lady over here to my left with the belted bear does a really nice job. Just every once in a while, a teammate didn't want to act right. Just Bear wanted to give up on her just a little bit. I know she can show us. She's done a good job all day. Young lady here to my left, driving the blue Roan, does a nice job as well. Wanted to get behind me once or twice, a little further away. You can go ahead and open that gate and let those guys on out of there. That's fine. That one she just got a little further away from me sometimes and got behind me. Got to stay out there in front. Good class of intermediates. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Once again, I'll mention that we will have this archived. Not sure precisely when it'll be up, but we will be doing our best to put it up even today if we can. There's a lot to upload if you're familiar with that process. It's going to take quite a while to upload this because of the length. You can tell that people are getting kind of tired, and the sweat is becoming apparent for those that are working this whole day.
Class 1, Junior Swine Showmanship. Be making your way to the ring. Class 1, Junior Swine Showman.
So
Emily Justice.
Junior is the...
Mackenzie Anderson. Audrey Nelson. Sarah Jones. Lainey Johnson. Madison Wagner. Class 1, Junior Swine Showman.
And we will be wrapping it up after the junior swine show. We'll stick with the intermediate and also the junior. And as long as we have everything rolling and running, why not? There he put the gate in. We might want to give those names to Cindy tomorrow. Maybe on the morning show she can give them a tip of the hat. Maybe we can give the barrow and the gilt champion to Cindy tomorrow for the morning show, possibly.
Yeah, we'll do what we can.
Especially since the last break was a little challenge, I heard.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, who was the barrow and gilt again? Let's go. Do you have that handy?
For the grand champion?
Yes.
Okay. Grand champion gilt was Lauren Bush, and reserve champion went to Keegan Sheets. And then grand champion barrow and reserve champion barrow, grand champion barrow, both went to Keegan Scheiss. So he made out like a bandit.
Yeah. He did all right, didn't he?
Yeah, he did pretty well. So that's great for him.
Here we go, so we'll turn up the judge.
Final class of intermediates, and I'm going to pick these two young men to come back and represent this class. A handful of them out here do a nice job with the basics as far as eye contact and knowing where I am. I'm just going to get too far away. Make sure you guys are always staying right there in front of me. I got to be able to see your animal if we're going to study them. I got to be able to study your livestock. So keep right there in front of me, that 10 to 12 feet, 10 to 15 feet, always right in front of the judge. Make sure you guys can do that and work on that for next time. So if you guys could, please give a nice round of applause as they go back to the barn. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to be ready to show for our intermediate swine showmanship. In Class 1, we have Morgan Justice and Emily Johnson. In Class 2, we have Riley Lanham and Morgan Viney. Class 3, Kason Lambert. Second one. We're ready for champion intermediate, right?
So this is the final drive, I believe, of the intermediate, is it not? This is the final drive for the intermediate. This will be the final drive for the intermediates.
Yes, definitely. And then we'll have our champion intermediate, and then we'll go to juniors from there.
Yep.
Need to know by the end of the show. Exhibitors, come up here and see Chris to tell her where you're going to take your animals later this evening.
Okay, so here we go. We'll keep a sharp eye on this. The winner for the intermediates will be decided on this particular drive here.
Class 2, Junior Swine Showman. Be making your way to the ring. Class 2, Junior Swine Showmanship. Chase Almager, Leah McElfresh, Marley Cleaver, Clayton Schaefer, Andre Hernandez, Evan Johnson. Class 2, Junior Swine Showmanship. Make your way to the ring.
If you could, please put your hands together to congratulate our intermediate showman that we've got out here. I always like judging this age of showmanship because, you know, you've got exhibitors that you can tell are just all about this. This is what they want to do. They want to be competitive. They want to go home and they want to work hard and they want to do whatever it takes to come out here and show off their hard work. And then you've got other exhibitors that maybe don't want to be out here so much and they're just kind of doing it maybe because mom or dad maybe pushed them or suggested it a little hard, or maybe even threw a bribe or two in there. So, you know, I'm happy to see the exhibitors you got out here. You know, you can tell they want to be out here, they want to be competitive, and they want to go home, or they want to win, and they want to go home and work at it again and come back and be more competitive next year. So there's one out here for me that really just is doing things above their pay grade as far as control, as far as they're able to utilize their utensil that they drive with appropriately, their posture. I think they do just an absolutely fantastic job. Young lady with the blue barrel here to my right is going to be your champion. Good job. For reserve, I thought it was closer. It came down to a pair of them, and I thought it really just boiled down to which one did I see more of, which one offered better control, in my opinion. Young lady with the Berkshire in front of me is going to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Champion Intermediate Showman, Riley Lanham. Reserve, Morgan Viney. Tomorrow morning, for those interested, there will be a livestock judging contest at 9 a.m. here in the show ring. Tomorrow morning, it is open to anybody. It is a livestock judging contest here in the show ring at 9 a.m. first year swine showmanship. Class 1, first year swine showmanship. Be making your way to the makeup ring. Lily Garrison, Anna McElfresh, Abigail Brown, Madeline Brown, Hunter Tate, Levi Studebaker, Class 1, first year swine showmanship.
We're going to keep 3 out of this division as there's only 2 classes of juniors, so we got to keep 3 of them, so we're able to have enough to work with in our champion junior drive. So I think they all do a really nice job. Young lady there with the Yorkshire gilt's driven nice pigs today. Gilt just maybe she wanted to get maybe a little forward of the gilt, which would cause the gilt to back up. You know, of course, we always show animals in forward motion, so we'd like to see animals go forward. That'd be my only thing to kind of change about her. The other 2 young ladies always just kind of wanted to be along the rail and against the corner a little bit too much when I try to stay out there in the center, so I'm able to study them. But really nice class. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Good job, young lady. 2 from this division will come back, so we'll have 5 to sort through for you to pick your champion junior. Now I want to make a couple honorable mentions. Young man with the Durant gear right here in front of me was working really hard with his skills. He just wanted to get too far away from me, and every now and then it kind of lost him out of my side of vision. Again, always kind of stay there in front. Fortunately, I'm not your mom and dad. I don't have eyes in the back of my head, so you got to stay right out there. Got to stay right out there in front of me, so I'm able to study you and your life. That young lady over here to my right, he's got a nice disposition, does a nice job with her spotted bear. Again, wanted to get up in the corner. Maybe didn't see her quite as much. Got a little further away, but they do a really nice job. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Okay, now we're ready to show for champion junior showmanship. Out of Class 1 of junior showmanship will be Mackenzie Anderson, Audrey Nelson, Madison Wagner, and out of Class 2 we'll have Clayton Schaefer and Andre Hernandez. Class 2, first year swine showman. Class 2, first year showman. Be making your way to the ring. Sean Russell, Madison Skiles, Titus Kilty, Colby Butcher, Madison Anderson, Noah Johnson.
Well, Melissa, what do you think?
Well, this is where we begin to see the division in the age group. I think more so in this group. In juniors, you have anywhere from 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. And so there's a little bit of a maturity rate in there. You also have kids going through growth spurts. So they're going to be all different size kids too. So it looks like you have older kids in there with younger kids, and it's not the case. They're all in the same area, but it becomes challenging for them. And
yeah, this is a first-time experience or a big deal for them.
Yeah, this really isn't their, well, it might be their first time. I mean, we can't say it's not because we had a 10-year member the first time showing pigs. So this could be their first-year experience, or this could be their second, third, or even their fourth. And that's where you see I think you see the biggest division in kids in this group. When they get into intermediates, they're in junior high and they've been showing for a while. So you're still getting kids that they've only got 1 year under their belt, maybe a couple, and that's it. And so the maturity level is there.
From the junior showmanship competition. I think all 5 of them do a really nice job. There's a handful of things that separate them, and I think it just is going to come from experience and more ring time, and that's how we get better. So we improve. That's how we continue to strive to work up the ladder as far as competition goes. You go home and you practice and you learn and you figure out why you got placed the way you did, and hopefully I've been able to relay that enough today. And that's all I could ever ask out of a judge when we show, or when my brother showed, or I showed. Just tell me what I did wrong. Tell me where I gotta get better. I'm okay. I can handle the criticism as long as you explain it to me logically. So again, you 5 did an excellent job. There's one of them that I thought offered more control. I guess if it's me, if I were to nitpick, I'd take every whip that has that little flapper deal on the end and toss them into a fire. If you really want my opinion, those are not my favorite things in the world. But she does an awesome job. The hog is used to it. I like the way she goes about her business. She's going to be your champion junior. Congratulations to her.
Madison Wagner is your champion junior swine showman.
reserve, it got really close. I think the 4 of them that we've still got out here, I think do an excellent job. I think the young lady right out here in front of me does a nice job. I like her disposition as well. I'm not picked reserve yet. I'm sorry. I don't want to. I don't want to jump the gun here. A young lady over here to my left with the Duroc Bear does an excellent job as well. Every now and then she'll do an awesome job, just unbelievable, and drive the wheels off that bear. And then I'll catch her cutting in front and kind of working her way around a little more awkwardly, which is okay, which is going to come with more experience and with more time. And then a young man over here to my right with the Berkshire Bear, with the Berkshire Gilt. Again, I saw him a bunch, and then every now and then he'd sneak behind me like he's doing right now. So you're going to make sure you stay in front. Young man with the Blue Bear does a really nice job as well. Good eye contact. Always knows where I am. Does a really nice job. So there's one that I'd like to fix a few things. One that I have a handful of questions about. I think the one that's got a world of potential is going to do an awesome job. Young lady with the Duroc is going to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Mackenzie Anderson is your reserve champion, junior swine showman. Okay, we need the following kids to come up and tell Chris where your pigs are going. Wyatt Anderson, Madeline Brown, Lauren Bush, Colby Butcher, Emily Johnson, Evan Johnson, Laney Johnson, Noah Johnson, Emily Justice, Morgan Justice, Cassandra and Daniel Kempen, Rebecca Lagoni, Riley Lanham, Blair and Tate Euler, Sean Russell, Clayton Schaefer, Keegan and Maddie Sheese, Hunter Simpson, and Haley Smith. Please come up and let Chris know what you're going to do with your pigs, please. We are now ready for first year showmanship.
Okay, first year, not junior, but first year.
Yeah,
so
this is first year. This is all third graders. And according to my paperwork, we have 2 classes of those. We'll see if there's more than that. Normally you don't see, this is just totally reversed from what I'm used to seeing. I'm used to seeing large classes of the little kids and smaller classes of the big kids. So that just shows how much the swine industry affects this area.
Please be making your way to the show ring. Mini 4-Hers and mentors. Please be making your way to the show ring.
And then we'll have minis come up. Minis are second graders who are interested in this project, and they actually work with mentors, which are the older kids.
Second graders.
Yeah, second graders. And we have that as well in Clinton County, but it's second graders. They come in and...
The hogs are about as old as the kids.
Pretty much. Almost. But it gives them the experience without having the expense.
Wow.
And they get to see whether or not this is really a project that they want to do or not.
Will they give a ribbon for it?
Yeah, they actually get participation for it, and then and they get to come out here in the ring, and they get to actually show a pig with their mentor. So
these kids probably have already been in the ring.
Yeah.
Before.
Yeah, at least for that, it's not. They don't unless their family does a lot of open shows and stuff. They don't do a lot of shows, but yeah, they've been in the ring at least once.
Just like any other skill or pursuit, practice, and it's a stair to climb, and it just takes many years to.
Yeah, it does. It takes a lot of practice, and you can tell the kids that. Honestly, even at this young age, you can tell the kids that their family raises hogs, and they probably do a lot of open shows and that kind of thing.
Watching their big brother, big sister do it.
Yeah, that as well.
Asking them questions and talk over the dinner table and who knows what.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of that goes on. It's kind of fun though to watch them when they're this age, when they're just starting out, and watch their progression as they go through it. I've been around it a lot of years. As like I said, those seniors, I knew who I was watching for sure, just because I've seen them over the years, not only here but also at state, and a few of them at open shows as well. So
I'm going to put you on the spot. In all of your viewing, to the best of your recollection, who would you say in any of these counties in north central Indiana that are huge hog producing counties, who comes to your mind as one of the top showmen?
Carrie Rule.
Really?
It's Carrie Pickard now. She's married, and her kids are actually showing now in Clinton County now.
What did she have?
She was so
Intense.
precise. So precise. She knew exactly what she was doing. She knew where her animal was at, but she worked that thing. She worked with her animals continuously. That was showing pigs was one of her passions, and she was honestly at home. You could drive past her house, and she'd be out there walking them.
Did she go to state?
Yeah, she showed well at state. I don't know. I can't remember whether or not she actually won at state, but she did well at state as well.
And lady right here in front of this nice shot as far as eye contact and knowing where I am. That bear is just a little bit quicker. So you got to try to stay up with him best you can. Try to have the control on him. I know it's tough. The young man driving with the far cane out here is doing a really nice job with his landrace there. You know, every once in a while, maybe just didn't have quite the control of that hog, but you can tell he's worked with him, done a really nice job. Doesn't have quite the eye contact. If we can bump that up just a little bit, we're probably going to have him come on back. That's a nice job. Exhibitors that have already left didn't have quite the control as their counterparts did, but they do a really nice job there nonetheless. Good group. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Great show. We're actually live streaming the show. You can watch it on WILA-TV.com.
Well, Melissa, what do we have here?
Right now we have got the beginners out there. This is third grade, first year swine showman in the actual project. That means they've had these animals since probably March or April, and they've been raising them to this point to come out and show. They've showed their pigs already in their respective classes, and now they're out here trying to see who is the better showman. And the judge is doing the same as well. I mean, we have more than one class, and so he's picking the best out of this first class that's out there, and then he's going to have them pin themselves, and he's going to bring them out when he gets to that point. He's going to bring them out and go for the best. So he's picked, I believe, a couple out of the first class, and now he's working on picking a couple out of the second class.
Really good class out here.
And then he's going to bring them back in.
The ones that have had some experience, you know, they might be first year 4-H members, but you can tell that they've come out here and they've been competitive maybe elsewhere, some jackpots or open shows. You know, we're so fortunate to live in Indiana where you can go to 20 jackpot shows in about a 10-week span. So we're very fortunate to live where we do in the summer, and so I would encourage all of you to make sure you do that and check out Team Purebred at NJSA and all the great youth programs where you can show pigs virtually year-round. You guys are all competitive. You do a good job. Make sure you work on your eye contact a little bit. Make sure you work on your control of your pig just a little bit as well. That Berkshire Gilt's going to come back and get pinned. Excellent job. Let's give them all a nice round of applause to go back to the barn.
That's one of the things that the judge was mentioning. You heard him mention that here in Indiana, we're very fortunate that we have a lot of jackpot shows, which jackpot shows are open shows. So these kids have the opportunity, if the parents are willing to load them up and go, or if they have older siblings that maybe do the open show. And so they get a lot of practice.
Sometimes there's a saying, the more you do it, the better you get, the more you like it, the more you like it, the more you do it, the more you do it, the better you get.
Yeah, so it comes full circle before it's over with. So he mentioned that he can see a difference in some of these kids out here, whether or not they've been to open shows or whether maybe they've just got, like you said, older siblings that help them at home and they learn from their siblings' experiences. So he's made his choices in the first group and the second group, and now he's bringing out the ones that he pulled out as being the top of those classes, and he's going to go for his champion beginner showman here. And we're going to watch him bring him out. They have to stack them up in the crates in order to be able to have enough room for them, because we got all our minis are up here now and they're ready, locked and loaded and ready to come out. So it takes a little bit to get all the beginners out, because they have to. Some of them have to go through 2 gates before they can get out into the ring. So
yeah, they have a holding line.
Yeah, most shows now used to they didn't have that, and it's so nice. You can get your animal up here, you can relax a little bit in the holding pen before you move up into the show pen to be able to go out into the ring. So
he's having a little trouble with the gate there. There he goes.
Yep. Yeah, and honestly, a lot of that is because the gates are temporary, so it doesn't take much for them to get shifted out of place. So, and if these kids aren't used to gates, going through gates all the time, then they're not used to being able to pull that back into place so that they can get it hooked. And he's going to take that into consideration when he's dealing with these kids. Our little first-year member, Lily, that talked to us earlier, she's out there right now. She's the one in the little blue shirt. She's changed shirts now. She's back into her show clothes. And you'll see some of the kids have got their numbers hooked on their belt with belt clips. They've got them pinned to their backs, and Lily actually that is a harness for her number, and that's from showing beef. She does show cattle as well, and a lot of the kids that show cattle show with show harnesses like that.
She seems to be doing reasonably well.
Yeah, she is, and she's just such a little sweetheart to talk to. And
she's not afraid to whack it either.
Well, no, and her 4-H leader is sitting down here in front of us. She's one of the officials here, and she said, she's very quiet, she's very shy, she's not going to want to talk to you, so you'll have to coax her into talking, and we didn't have any problem.
Here we go.
I think it's cool you guys do a first-year deal. Not every county does that. So I was at a show the other day, and they did the first year regardless of age, and they all showed together. So all the first-year members, even if they were 16 or 10 years old, they showed in the same class. I prefer to see it this way. I'm glad you guys do it the way that you do. I think it kind of boils down to which are the showmen that are kind of doing things that are a little bit next level, and then which are the ones that just have all the basics covered and kind of know where I am all the time. Young man with the Duroc's going to be your champion. Congratulations to him.
Colby Butchers, your champion first-year showman.
And then your young lady with Chester right here in front of me. She's going to be reserved. Congratulations to her. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Lily Garrison is your reserve first year. We will now do Mini 4-H. After the Mini 4-H class, all showmanship winners after the Mini 4-H class, you're needed out there at the picture area to get pictures. Showmanship winners after the Mini 4-H class will need to get their pictures taken out at the photo area.
And there we have it. Showmanship is over.
All right.
Yeah, we'll run down through our champions of our showmanship. And I'm going to start this time, I'm going to start with the beginners that we just got done watching. Colby Butcher was actually your champion, and our own Lily Garrison, who spoke with us earlier, she got reserve. Junior champion was Madison Wagner, and reserve was Mackenzie Anderson. Intermediate champion was Riley Lanham, and Morgan Viney was reserve. Senior champion was Maddie Sheets. Reserve was Savannah Bordner, and third was Caleb Myers. And of course, our senior Maddie Sheets is going on to the Royal Drive, so she will go to Royal Showmanship Drive tonight. We have our minis out there right now. Our mini 4-Hers are second graders, and they are out there with their mentors. You're going to see them out there with older kids that are working with them.
That's good for the mentor and the kids.
Yes, it is. It is. It's a great program.
You can see why 4-H is a winner, because there's so many elements to doing well here.
Yes, yeah, definitely, and it's a growth process and all the way around. And this not only teaches compassion and leadership skills in our older kids, but it also gives our younger ones great kids to look up to. Not only here, but now, later on they'll see them at school events and that kind of thing, and so it makes it even stronger then. There's a stronger bond there than just here with the pigs.
Even teaching them the importance of mentoring.
Yes, exactly. And you'll see a lot of these kids that are out here now will actually come back later on as they get older and through the program. They'll come back as mentors as well. So it's definitely a generational thing, and this is where it starts.
Well, it's been good doing this with you, Melissa.
It's been fun, Russ. I enjoy doing this with you, and we always have good conversation along with it. And it makes for an interesting day, even though I don't know about you. You're up where it's a little hotter because you're up in the air, but I know I'm starting to feel the heat. It's finally reaching the inside of the ring, and we are starting to.
It'll take me about 45 minutes to pack up here, but we enjoyed bringing it to you, and this is going to be archived, so it does have lasting value. We have last year's Swine Show up as well. You'll find it on our.
And that's a great thing, because the importance of this, parents don't have time to video all this. They're out there, they're helping their kids get their animals ready, they're helping them bring them to the ring, so they don't even really, sometimes depending on how many animals they have and when they show, they may not even get to see their kids show. So they can go home, they can sit at home in the nice cool air conditioning, and they can watch this all over again and actually get to enjoy the show. And the kids can see what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong, and being able to cover showmanship as well, which is rare for us. Normally the shows go long and we don't have that kind of time.
So I think the way I'm going to archive this, I'm going to put everything up, so all 6 hours or whatever, and then you can just scroll to the part that you'd like to watch.
Yeah.
As it's kind of like a timeline down along the bottom. Let me get his comments here.
Yep.
I want to take a second to thank you guys, Carroll County, for having me. I truly mean that. This has been a great day, one that I'm going to remember for a long time. It's been an awesome show. You've got fantastic young people. Thank you again for the opportunity. Give them, these exhibitors, one more round of applause if you could.
And that's a wrap, folks. Thank you for coming out and being here for the Carroll County 4-H Fair. We appreciate all the support, and we appreciate all those volunteers that help make this show possible. Thank you. 4-Hers.
Okay, there we go.
And parents, not done yet.
And that's one for the books.
All right. So once again, we do want to thank our sponsors that do make this possible. We'll have this archived in one large file, and then just scroll to the time of day that you want. If it's earlier in the day, scroll toward the left. Later in the day, scroll toward the right. So thank you. Matthews Buildings, WLC, Mann Chevrolet Buick, GMC Incorporated, Parrots Meat Processing and Catering, Eikenberry Fine Furniture, Tri-Green Tractor. Melissa, anything else you want to mention?
No, I think Carroll County puts on one heck of a show. I think the kids do well. And of course, we always want to send those congratulations and pat on the backs out to the families as well, because this is a family project. It is not an individual project.
Let's tip our hat to the Grand Champion Gilt and and barrow one more time if you have it handy.
Yeah, I can do that real quick, and then I'm going to have to swap gears and get over to the other station. We've got our grand champion gilt was shown by Lauren Bush. Reserve was Keegan Sheets. Our grand champion barrow was shown by Keegan Scheiss, and he also had the reserve as well.
Oh, there we go. All right, from Flora, Indiana, at the 4-H fair, this is Melissa Miller and Russ Casper.